Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the 1 to 100 journey. Yesterday we had 8 hours to level 86, so that was definitely good progress. And today we're going to be pushing the rest of the way with a combination of Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, and the usual. I think I'm going to focus a bit more on also getting definitely the Whispers done, because I am poor and I need money. I am poor as hell and I need money, because there's nothing worse than, well, not having any money going on. Right now we're only at 14 million and I have my whole inventory overloaded. Right, this for example, this helmet, really good for corpse tendrils. This helmet is gonna stay. That one goes away. That one was maximum life, max roll, damage, low roll, damage over time, max roll. Wanted to go for a two-handed damage over time machine, which I probably won't go, but we'll see about that. That is max, no, bad. Max life, essence per second, very important. Essence per second is insane how useful that is. That's 3 ranks in Bone Spirit, but sadly not the rest I need, so I have to kill. Well, you know what? It's 3 ranks in Bone Spirit. I might still be able to use this at some point. Maximum life per second. Crush the rest. Okay. Shouldn't there be a smith here?
This must have belonged to a traveler. I'll put it here.
Oh my goodness, I can't skip the dialogue.
May it keep
I cannot. I'm stuck. I cannot carry more. I don't want your elixir cash anyways. Okay, so the Helltide just ended in the very moment that I joined for the Helltide. The Helltide ended. I'm back from working, still online, again online. So I stopped streaming at 3 a.m. in the night. Then like literally set 10 minutes completely brain dead. And then I recorded a YouTube video. Because that's what reasonable people would do, right? Okay, stash tab, stash tab, stash tab. Let me take the Bone Spirit boots and put them in the Bone Spirit apartment. When do I swap to World Tier 3? Level 35. And there's a reason for it, because now it's better than ever to actually grab yourself. Let's do a tier 72. And yes, we're doing tier 72s already. It's like from a, come on brain, and you'll say it, or I'm gonna pinch you. You can equip sacred gear already on 35. You used to be only at 42, 45, but it's 35 now. Angry Ginger, thank you for the 10 beautiful months of support. Good to see you there. I mean, yesterday we've been killing it stream-wise, so I'm very happy to see so many of you being here again. So shout out to all of you, Chan. Oop. Void. Essence per second is going to make such a difference for this build. So you can see in our experience that we're just moving forward without even trying, and that's actually on the worst position, because Nightmare Dungeon is obviously the worst level compared to how good Helltide is. Oh, hello, Conduit Shrine. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. The corruption probably down here. Oh. Pull them together. Curse them once in a while. Ooh, sword. Like it. Appreciate it. Still need to get used to having like my, I think I need to rearrange these, because I tend to randomly like use the abilities as I shouldn't do it. Is the endgame now? Yes, the endgame now is called the Pit. The end game starts at level, well, technically I could start it right now, but let's say level 100, you actually start with a pid. The first levels are going to be rather easy, so you're going to be really zooming through that like there's no tomorrow. And then the difficulty ramps up slowly and steady. And the good thing is that the end game gives you a material to do the end game more. Okay, so the pid gives you a material to essentially do Masterworking. And with Masterworking, you can do everything easier, including the pid. So that's kind of cool because the end game provides you actually something to do the end game. How's Necro so far? I mean, the Minion Necro is as strong as we expected it to be, right? Helltide is amazing. Boosted myself to level 36 and 230. That's pretty admirable, sir. When we had yesterday, like I think in total, what was it? 4 hours to level 60 was kind of like our thingy. So yeah, Necro feels amazing, exactly how we expected it to. And it can only get better from this point on because we're essentially like doing the most basic Andy build currently, which is minions, right? Minions is like the most basic Andy build this season. The more sophisticated, well thought out builds come later with like some crazy combos that Tempering and Masterworking offer. That's the thing. Like you need to have the Tempering and Masterworking going on. Is that the one-shot golem build? Yes, we started with the Sever Summoner. Then we swapped over to this because we already get some very good aspects. I mean, we have the Blighted aspect, we have the Unyielding Commander aspect, we have the Reanimation. So we essentially have all the aspects this build would actually need, which kind of allows me to play this a bit earlier than usually anticipated. Because, like, if you don't have these aspects, like, right, it wouldn't even make sense to attempt playing that. But as we do have said aspects, honest, the cooldown on him is so low. And yes, this is a tier 72 dungeon they're already doing. I'm almost sure that we could probably damage-wise clear a tier 100 dungeon, but there's no reason to do it. Do you feel any difference from PDR? Yes, it feels like the PDR in its working. I mean, the PDR was mostly working, but there were still like slight hiccups there, and then the Tempering and Masterworking. Oh, that's double greater affix dagger. Especially greater affixes are dropping way more often. So on the test server, they were quite rare. Now they're dropping like more, which is good because we're actually getting items. That's max life and max damage plus intelligence high roll. Damn. Could use that for a... What if I roll overpower on it? I could use it for an overpower build. Because it does have max life, right? We're using it for an overpower build where we want overpower attack speed. To essentially, like, launch as many blood surges as we can in a row. It could be interesting. Bloodlands 2, kind of, for attack speed with a one-handed weapon, and then go like full Bloodlands. What level did you go? World Tier 4? 55. Why 55? Again, from 55 onwards, you can already wear Ancestral gear. That means you're actually getting World Tier 4 boom instant Ancestral gear. That's also what we have a YouTube video for you about. By the way, is the in-game sound a bit too loud? I think the in-game sound is a bit too loud. So we already got a YouTube video with everything we learned yesterday covered. Okay. Because I thought like the best video I could make is one where everything I learned, like about the mine caches, cages. I say caches, but they're actually cages. About like how the Iron Wolf board works, all that kind of stuff, like, you know, wrapped together in one video. Boom. First level up of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Making moves, taking lives, defacing faces. Build and breeze through the first capstone at level 40 without any extra minion aspects. See, that's what I like to see, buddy. I'm waiting for this day, but now it's that here I can finally play. I actually don't know what to go for. Like, so leveling is so quick. I think you might be making multiple endgame characters. I mean, right now I'm like 8 hours in and we're almost level 100, right? So getting 100 is faster than ever, and that's him going down. Okay, 400 experience, Chan. 400. That's 4 glyphs already level 15. Do you know how complicated it is to get 4 glyphs to 15? You just don't do that like this. But this season, with the bonus XP to Nightmare Dungeons, it's like, yeah, done, and done. And that means my Debt Razor is now fully functional. My Amplify is getting more functional. Yeah, you're just flying through these things, you know? Okay, that's max life. Nah. Int, max life, vulnerable. See, like, I'm only taking the really good rolls at this point. We're gonna eat a mine cache. Nom 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 nom. Oh no, no Helltide? What? It's at 5 minutes for Helltide. Oh no, there's the Helltide, but I think it's bugged. Not showing correctly. Where did the XP come from? Bonus from the season. Bonus from seasonal XP. So you have the urn of bonus XP. So here, if I go into the seasonal content, you have the urn of bonus XP. Okay. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna reset this. The urn of bonus XP and Nightmare Dungeons generally get buffed. Okay. Nightmare Dungeons generally have 25% more dungeon XP. So they buffed it to make it less tedious. And honestly, it's less tedious. I mean, I can just grind these 70s down very chilly-milly without much of a dilly-dally. Okay, you're summoning the lady. I'm not sure if I want to be part of this. I mean, let's see. What do my resistances say? Almost there. What builds are you working on? I mean, this is going to be the Golemancer in the end, but I'm working on every build. So like I mean, I will make this to 100 with using the Golem essentially, but I will then on 100 play all the different builds, right? We're going to make the full Shadow build. We're going to make the Bone Spirit Nuker, all that kind of stuff. My goal is probably just to fly through the pit as deep as I can, up to like pit 100 or something, and then start rotating through different builds. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we killed demons and we already have the thing going on. Cool. That was simple. Yeah, it's okay. Damage is like kind of on point here. I could get another army, then I would be happy. Oh, really? Wanted to ask, how much do you think they increased the bonus XP for Glyph level? I mean, like, again, like a tier 71 already provides 400 XP. That's a significant, that's not a little bit, that's significant. Where a tier 40 was, what, 250? So we are getting vastly more. Oh, by the way, I lost my mine cage. I'm not interested in fighting her again. Rather gonna go do the Hellspire. I'm rather gonna do the Hellspire and just swoop in to kill her. That is intelligence, attack speed, resource cost. Nah. By the way, I keep forgetting that we can now trade uniques, which is kind of cool. But I actually keep every unique that you have duplicate. So in case someone asks, hey, do you have this spear? And be like, no. Unless. Right? Let's see if we make it to 100 and then crash into our bet today. When I'm definitely feeling old. My wife was like, so my wife came downstairs with the children this morning and she was like, so you're going to bed now, right? Surely. Because like, surely you're going to bed now. And I was like, no, we're I'm gonna take a walk outside with the dog and then we continue. Surely. I mean, what do you think? Boy, good to see you there. Dankeschön. Grüße gehen raus nach Hamburg. Happy you're enjoying the content since the PDR. More to come. How long did you sleep? I didn't sleep. Well, why would I sleep? When I made a YouTube video while I wasn't streaming, I just couldn't, like, honestly, yesterday I wasn't tired. It's just streaming is actually exhausting. So I needed a mental reset, you know, like the moment where I just turn the giant bright lights off that are shining in my eyes, right? Get a bit of fresh air, walk a bit around, like the usual, you know, the things you do. And that reset honestly helped me. I think I should probably put the standing desk up at some point too. Oh, hello, puke on me, father. Thank you for providing me with good gear. So yeah, we all already have like all the cinders for the next shit. That's crazy. Eat him. Her. It. How does glyph work? What do you mean? Glyphs are the paragon glyphs, and they need to be leveled up to at least 15, preferable 21. But on level 15, they actually gain a bigger radius, and that is the most interesting thing you want, because with the bigger radius, you can actually start activating most glyphs. Because without the bigger radius, most glyphs won't really activate. So yeah, kind of like what you do. But like to view ratio is not good. I mean, people are working on it. Come on, let everyone join and start enjoying the stream. No pressure. And we're getting attacked by the forces of evil. But I am better. Ooh. That looked like a unique for a second. That looked like a unique first. The amount of demons that are just spawning like on you ASAP, and then you take like a huge burst of damage. Damn, it's quite high. Also, I noticed that I'm at 3,000 veiled crystals, Chad. Like literally zero material issues this season from the test server to actual gameplay. Good new to D4. Well, howdy. I mean, there will always be new players, so if you have questions, ask them. It's just like it's just good of you to clarify that you're new, because sometimes it's kind of like, you know, it's like, I'm playing D4 for 1 year already and I didn't know this, and you're like, sir, how is that even possible? You should have known this. Surely you should have known this.
I need more time.
How is loot dropping better than before? So the legendaries are dropping much less though, but every legendary is better. So the chance to actually get good legendaries is higher, because those legendaries are finally useful. And that's very important, because we do want useful legendaries. So less but more meaningful, but still a lot. Especially when you're doing Helltide and you're essentially doing the world events and then you're opening chests and so on. You do get your share of legendaries. I mean, it's like right now I'm level 87. I'm using a mine cache, or mine cage, sorry, not cache, cage, that hires the level of monsters up to, come on, say it. 10 more, and that brings them up to 100 or 99 right now, and therefore they actually drop all the 925 loot. You upgrade a unique, you can masterwork a unique, but you cannot temper it. There might be there might be tempering of uniques in the future, but there is no destined plans yet. When should I go from your Sever build to the build you're using right now? I mean, the Sever build is the build I'm using right now with minor alterations. This is essentially now the evolution into the one-shot golem build. I started to kind of pivot around level 65, but that was because I had the aspects. I mean, right now I have the Shadow Blight aspect, which is mandatory for that, Army of the Dead. minions, grasping banes. I have frenzied, so I have like everything. I don't get why you wouldn't get to World Tier 4 ASAP. If you survive in World Tier 4 even without Ancestral Gear, the XP will get you there soon. You would think that, right? But actually, like, if you if you make it to 55, like the cruise in that you do to 55 is so fast that the time where you struggle is like even with the bonus XP, less meaningful than you just cruising there. But hey, each to their own. Enjoy your uni journey the way you want to. I mean, if you want to be with level 40 already in World Tier 5, which is possible, not completely impossible, and do that, right? World Tier 4, sorry, not 5. I'm hallucinating. Do you still use Cold Mages for Essence Gen? No. So we're currently using Shadow Mages. We only use Cold Mages for Essence Gen until we are actually at the point where our Essence is self-generating. Like my helmet has Essence per second right now, and on my boots I would get Essence per second. And with these 2 Essence per second stats, we are essentially enough to never struggle. Thank you for the 2 Malignant Hearts. I appreciate it. And they're summoning her again. Oh wow, someone is nasty with his build. I think someone get the ja viel Spaß. Sorry, German yelling. Necro's got to be nerfed for real. You mean the one time where Necro is finally strong and actually stronger than Barbarian, they got to be nerfed? Seems unreasonable. You know? The one single time where Necro is actually really strong, and not just like somehow strong despite all the shortcomings that Necro had to suffer through. Because we're gonna be real here. Necro has been very many issues throughout the seasons, and somehow still made it out positive, net positive mostly, because of like just very good building and everything. And yet it's still the most underdeveloped class. I mean, don't let the numbers and the ease of grinding blind you. Necro is still, to date, the most underdeveloped class, with the least amount of skills, with the most synergies broken, with the most skills not making sense, with a lot of Paragon nodes being redundant, with actually half of these skills in the skill tree being redundant, and like things like that. I mean, they literally reworked one of the key passives so it would perfectly work with Bloodlands. Then they ruined Bloodlands to a degree. And now we have a reworked key passive that doesn't actually work with anything really well. You're like, cool, that's nice. So yeah, Necro is the least developed class. We finally have a modicum of strength, right? Is leveling better this season? Well, leveling is definitely faster than ever, and especially you level in the Helltide. But the cool part about leveling in the now what is the real cool part about leveling in Helltide? I mean, first and foremost, enemy density. Second and most important, the new threat meter, the new boss, the new events. I mean, you got many things to do. Like you can do the normal world events, which you usually used to do, but then you can also do the event towers if you just want to switch it up a little bit, right? Which is also kind of cool. And then on top of the event towers, you can summon the Hell Maiden, which is fantastic as well, right? Which then gets followed up again by the Doomsayers that are around the map, plus the new Whispers, which are kind of like tied into everything. So, and every chest plus every unit that you kill, elite, has actually a significant chance to just drop boss materials. So I, for example, have 26 Lord Zurblood and 21 Distilled Fear. But that's just from playing the Helltide. That's not because I've been farming bosses or Legion events or anything. I've been playing the Helltide. And I have this. Right? That was so gritty, and I stick by it. I would do it again. I regret nothing. I also did not see the poison, but that's beyond the point. I would do it again. Just like that. No regrets. If we only do Helltide from 55 to 100, I would do a healthy mix of Helltides and Nightmare Dungeons or whatever you feel like. I mean, for example, Legion events are completely useless now. Because Legion events used to be done for Lord Zur, but instead of doing the Legion event, you're better off doing the Maiden and kill her super fast than actually attempting to do a Legion event. So generally speaking, I would mostly focus on Helltide, yeah. And Nightmare Dungeons. It's kind of like where you're going to spend 90% of your time. You know what? Before we continue, because we have 34 minutes, I'm just going to teleport out quickly. Server issues? No, it's actually working pretty well. Okay, so the knife. The knife gets into the greater affix wall. Now let's see, what do we have? No, I mean, when we're only taking 925 items, that's maximum resource cooldown reduction, decrepify. I like the cooldown reduction and decrepify, so I'm going to take that because it could be good for the thing later. Then we have curse skills. Essence per second is good, but life per second is bad. Life per second and bad. Trash that. We got int, almost max, life, lucky hit chance. Lucky hit chance is good just in case we need a lucky hit chance build. So we're going to take this. We got crit low though, so not int. Crit damage, not perfect, so gone. Max life, life on hit, screw that. Damage over time, resource cost reduction. I like the attack speed and the damage over time. That could be really good for a corpse explosion build. That's max life and thorns, can eat my ass. Max life poison, resource cost. Not a max roll max life. I need a max roll max life. That's 6 crit, max life low, damage over time high. Ooh, but damage over time and crit together is useless to a degree, sadly. Attack speed and int high. Just in case I need attack speed, could take the ring. Vulnerable essence cost reduction. Oh yeah, that was my weird ring. We got resource cost reduction, damage, and int low roll, int high roll with max life. Actually, we need a percentual in roll for a build that we're trying to do. Max movement speed, that in roll is low, life is high. The rest gets trashed. As I told you, many builds are being prepared. What do we temper at lower level? We don't temper at lower level. I just put this video out. Not this video. Not this video. We put that video out where we kind of talk about the things to do and not to do. Need to know. Season 4 need to know. It's kind of like a video that wraps everything up that I learned in the past 10 hours of playing the season, of like really min-maxing around with the things. Oh my goodness, int max, nah. That is maximum life, resource cost reduction, maximum resource. The maximum life roll is quite nice. That is actually so damn high. But this is cooldown reduction. That's actually really good. But it's sadly not 925. So not interested. Critical strike chance high roll. But the rest kind of sad. Would you mind adding the affixes so I know what to look for in gear for your fastest summoner on mobility, Nicholas? I did add the affixes on the gear where it matters. On the other parts, it's kind of like free of choice. I mean, you have to understand that sometimes you just have a freedom. Right now, I'm mixing a bit and I'm going with what I have. Like I'm taking some damage over time because I'm doing some damage over time and some other stuff. so I'm not forcing myself in a box. Look, you just have to understand the main pieces that need cooldown reduction should have cooldown reduction. And after you have the main pieces that need cooldown reduction with a cooldown reduction, you're kind of like a little bit open in what you could put on. You could put on more armor if you need more armor. You can put more max life on if you need more max life, right? I mean, right now for this build, it's mostly critical strike damage and critical strike chance. So kind of like the way how it goes. That's why I often don't put like 3 out of 3 affixes on, because it's like heavily situational, and finding these perfect items can be harsh anyways. I mean, I want boots that have essence per second, that probably have an intelligence roll, that potentially have, yeah, you know, but will I ever get these set boots? Might never, right? Might never see these boots exist, even though they're made for walking. I'm pushing just towards the cinders as if I have the cinders already. Why is my mine cache not active? When did I die? Was my mine cache active? Do you save the manuals? No, you use the manuals. Why would you save them? The manuals are you use them and they're forever, right? So use it forever. Just click them through. You don't need to keep them. Like if you find them, just straight up press that button. No reason to hog them or hoard them. Like no downside. No upside of doing that as well. Maybe just get it out of there.
I need time to do that.
Ah, you died when looting. Yeah. Like the only thing that I forget consistently, like I wish I could move that buff meter somewhere else, like maybe right in my face. What's the seasonal power for this season? New loot. There's no seasonal power for this season. You're getting a vastly improved game with new end game, with new features that should have all been in the game from the beginning, but they're in now. So the seasonal power is that you get a working game. I know it sounds crazy that that's the seasonal power, but boom, that is the seasonal power. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Welcome to the Thunderdome. That's the specialized seasonal power. The game is working. Oh, that reminds me, by the way, of chapter 3 journey is complete. And chapter 4 journey is just one off. Let's see what I'm getting. Oh, wow, that's a lot of materials. What did I get there? An unyielding commander's decorated skull. That gives me Army of the Dead in such a low roll. That's a stinker. A skeletal priest empowers you as a mid roll and damage reduction. That's actually really good. Wow. Those are some goddamn fine rolls. Is Shadow Minion the most OP damage wise in your opinion? No. Bone Spirit might be better, and Shadow itself might also be better. Shadow Minion is just like one of the strongest minion builds where the golem technically can reach the highest damage ceiling possible. But yeah, there's other necro builds again without minions that do insane damage. Bone Spear minions definitely feels like you have a bit more agency because Bone Spear is just as good as it is, right? For me personally, ain't it? But you know, everyone can choose. Let my minions do all the work. Oh, I did not want to use that skill because that skill was meant for the boss. Sorry. And maybe we get one of the weak bosses. Nah, he's fine. He's certain. And gone. As I said, it's fine. It's only certain. Okay, 25 more cinders, and I can get the chest. Oh, there's a femur. Almost missed that out. See, again, boss materials like crazy. So Bone Spear will out DPS minions? No. I mean, if you have the perfect Bone Spear gear, like we're talking about like 3,500 to 4,000 critical strike damage bonus. Maybe. I just don't see a reason to play Bone Spear when like literally there's a season where minions, the one thing that never get buffed, finally get buffed. And all this time. And you're of all the flavors then choosing to play the one thing that we've been playing forever already. He pooped on him with his fists. That sounds weird. How's your day, Kitsune? I mean, we didn't sleep, so we played all night Diablo. Then we made a YouTube video. Now we're, well, still awake, not awake again. And my plan is to slowly creep my way towards 100 and then probably pass out. So that tomorrow I can fully enjoy 100 and dive into the pit and try out like truly the endgame Necromancer, right? The best level 100 shebangs, shenanigans. Have a good time. I mean, the main reason I really want to be 100 is that I can finally max my Paragon board. How do you manage your essence generation? Well, it's very simple. I erase skeletons for bonus essence, right? If I need to, if I don't want to like do anything, or if I'm out of essence, I can always just stand there and have my minions blast away. You can still keep cult mages, so you don't actually have to go away from cult mages, right? You can just stay playing cult mages. No one gets hurt by that. But realistically, you obviously want to move away from them at some point. And then lastly, you just want essence per second on gear. And if you have gear that has essence per second, like my helmet does, you're just, well, per second getting essence. Can you not improve gear to level 5 anymore? Yes, that is exactly true. I mean, gear to level 5 doesn't exist anymore because it was actually a very poor mechanic, since the whole upgrading used to be, I get a new item, press the button 5 times, item max. I get a new item, press the button 5 times, item max. So that doesn't exist anymore. The way how to level up items is now over Masterworking, which is 12 times. That's kind of like the same as the 5 times, only that you need to actually farm a certain resource for it. Instead of just going to the smith and brain dead jamming that, right? What you do at the smith right now is you put more affixes on gear. Is it just better to do Helltide over Nightmare Dungeons? I mean, with the Mind Cache, yes. Without the Mind Cache, no. So the Mind Cache adds more levels to the Helltide monsters, which makes them vastly easier to kill, but vastly more worth it to kill. Whereas Nightmare Dungeons are fine and you can go for higher levels, but there's obviously an XP cap, but also like the minions are just worth less in the Nightmare Dungeons because they're mostly rebel and not so many elites. Where here I'm literally fighting one elite after the other. It's like elite, elite, elite. It's kind of cool. And you can visibly see my XP bar creep forward in the dungeon, in the overworld. But if I now go into a Nightmare Dungeon, and even though I would choose I can't go into the Flooded Depth. Are you kidding me? Even if I choose a level 58, right? 58 should technically be a lot of XP. I mean, that's over 100 level 100 opponent. Started finding good Necro build this season. Every build I see is missing something, or people change something. I'm sure yeah, there's tons of good builds out there, but every now and then you also have to like activate your own mind, you know, and think, especially when the Necro builds are tied together with a video. I mean, you know, all my builds have a video where the build is actually explained. So if you're then seeing the build and you feel like there's missing something, Most of the time, there's actually missing nothing. It's just that most people just look at the build guide instead of watching the video, and then they're like, "Oh no, I'm missing information." It's there though. You just have to watch the video, you know, for the bonus information. If for some reason that never occurs to the person, that it's kind of like the reason why things could be weird, lacking in their eyes. See, like, how many elites have I killed now? It was 3 elites, right? In the Helltide, this span over the duration of how we have walked, would have seen more elites, and then more elites, and then more elites, right? There's another 2, 3 elites, so great. But the appeal of Helltide is really that just the enemy density at this point is so amazing. That was pretty nice. And everyone just died. So yeah, like my XP bar is not really moving forward, right? Why use a two-handed weapon instead of a one-handed? That's simple, Jack. And let me explain. Your minions get 100% of your stats, okay? And your minions have damage multipliers. So the golem, for example, gets 100% damage multiplier, 150% damage multiplier, another 40%, another 100%, another 200%. So all these damage multipliers, okay? But these damage multipliers are based off the base damage of your weapon, okay? So everything that your minions essentially do, your hits, the basic hit damage, is kind of based off the weapon. So if you want your minions to hit the hardest, not the fastest, the hardest, you choose a weapon with the most attack damage possible. So the base damage of your minions is vastly high. Now, attack speed generally doesn't get influenced by the weapon style. They have just as much as attack speed as they're having. The advantage is that you could be putting on a second aspect, obviously, like a second offensive aspect, which sometimes can weigh up for the damage difference, but mostly it's just better to play a two-handed weapon, right? Oh, you get the chasing corpse explosions. Chasing corpse explosions are love. Travel to the tomb of the nameless saint. We can do that, but it would be nice if you wouldn't just all stand there in one doorway like a bunch of douche nozzle copters. I found the tomb of the nameless saint. That was simple. Bully the nameless saint now. Bully him. Bullied. 300 XP for a 50-55 dungeon. What point do you change to two-handed bearded? I mean, you can always play two-handed. The one-hand and the off-hand is just an option to be a bit more safer because it will provide even more bonus stats and another aspect. We're still grinding Idawad. Yeah, we took a little break, Idawad. I mean, we just started like 40 minutes ago again. You know, a man gotta breathe. Intelligence, blood mist. No, blood mist only 2 ranks. Maximum life. Wow, really sad low roll. Why ever that is. That's lucky hit chance. Low roll 2. Max life damage. Low roll. Max life. No. Kind of sad. Losers. See, we're not really getting more gold. I need to claim all the gold here. We get more Helltide for another 16 minutes. Is there any... And I could slay Harbingers. Yeah, I could probably slay Harbingers. What do you think will be the best build for the Necro this season? It's probably Wither, Shadow, Necromancer, and that's it. Was this season Ferris? Very good.
I need
Blizzard did a great job here. Firm handshakes to the Blizzard Club. Once in a while, you gotta give them call outs for the things that are doing good. Because they're doing some things good this time around. Could you please press on the hard? Skytax, thank you for the 1 year of support. Appreciate it. Did it to 1 year? Well, thank you very much that you choose to stick around for that long time. Okay, I'm trying to activate the Helltide, but without too many people coming. What's good uniques to use with this build? I mean, you can use them in down, but honestly, 0. No uniques needed. Right click on the glyph? Nah, I don't right click the glyph. I click the other things, sir. I know you can right click, don't worry. Chat always loses their mind. I just click the tedious way for the glyphs. So not every build does need uniques, and not every build does necessarily get better with uniques. The main problem with Necro is that we don't have the spaces for all the aspects, right? I mean, it's not like that we're like a barbarian, which has 4 weapons. So in case that we kind of struggle to get our things done, I mean, we don't just have like, you know, an easy way out to just make any build possible. Ow, I didn't plan on dying. How do you extract aspects now? That's actually very, very, very simple. You just disenchant items. So there is no more extracting and then imprinting. What happens is you essentially disassemble every item that puts the aspect into the Codex of Powers. And if you then want to, well, enchant something, then you can just pull a limitless out of your Codex of Powers. Exactly how it should be. Don't mind me, just killing Hellborn disciples. She's like so weak until she suddenly turns around and just turns into like a giga nuisance. And you are eradicated. TM. There's another exquisite blood. I told you about it. So the more aspects you collect, the more rank of the aspects in the codex. No, you have to find the higher roll aspect. So this is, for example, a 76% one. That's kind of shit. This is a 12% one. This is a max rolled hulking aspect. That means if I would now disenchant this item, then I would forever have that, or this season, forever. I would, for this season, have the aspect my Codex of Powers. Experience gain, I think the Nightmare Dungeons are faster. No, they're not. Nightmare Dungeons are 100% slower. Especially if you do use mine caches. Again, it all comes down to the use or not use of mine cages. They do make a big difference. So Codex is meant to be completely empty at start. Yes, Codex is actually meant to be completely empty. I know, weird champ, but it is what it is. You tired? You look tired on it, 9. I look always like this. You know? It's like my Monday morning face, my Tuesday morning face, and so on. We'll play some, you know, as much as I feel like. There's no reason to break myself. We have many interesting weeks ahead with the game because there's so many builds to test. What are mind cages? So mind cages you do get from killing Hellborn. Hellborn are the dudes that attack you when your threat meter is full. And you get a mind cage. Now, what do the mind cages do? Mind cages higher the level of the Helltide by 10 levels. So every monster is 10 levels higher, more XP. And I get more cinders and the threat goes higher. Use Shadow Blight. We're not using Kellen's Edict anymore, Abo. We did use Kellen's Edict until point X, but we just put that away because we have 100% attack speed on our minions anyways.
Light, show me mercy.
Oh, hello there. Just getting some items with like good affixes. Oh, and there is a elixir of momentum. Not my favorite one. I prefer the corpse explosion elixir because you have an artillery shrine elixir now, where you, whenever you kill a minion, a tiny artillery shrine explodes. Kind of cute. Oh, hello. Who's that? A goblin just vanished and left over like a bunch of hell nerds. Was this an elaborate trap of the demons? Right? What's this? No, PUBG? You're a few years late, mate. Wait, a few years late. No offense. It's like, where have you been? I got another smoldering ash unlocked. Damn. Damn. That reminds me, I did actually get another Iron Wolf. I get another Iron Wolf thingy. Grabbing the Iron Wolf thingy, toilet, then we continue. Be right back, chat. If you do enjoy the stream, don't forget to press the like button because, well, it helps out a lot. Don't forget to use your Prime sub on Twitch as well. I'll be right back. If all classes could have 4 weapons, we don't need 4 weapons. What we need is shoulders or belt as a necro. Hi. This guy started strong, not even 100 yet. Lol, blue sky. I mean, you could have said anything else when you came to the stream. Like, hi, how are you? And yet, following since 23 seconds. I guess. Good night, sir. To never see you again. Whatever people choose to be weird. Oh, did I just get... Cool. Cool, Chan. I just get 3 chest pieces, probably 3 times the same. Yep, it's actually 3 times the same. It's Blood Artisan's Cuirass into Blood Artisan's Cuirass into, you guessed right, Blood Artisan's Cuirass. I mean, at least there's a decent one there. And I'll still get all of them because maybe someone will need a Blood Artisan's Cuirass at some point. And we're to provide that for Chan, right? Now let's see if we have any useful items. Life percent. I mean, this has cooldown reduction. Is this build online? Yes, linked in the description. Wow. In max life damage, everything. Almost max rolled. Nice. Oh, 2,000 max life. Damn. Sadly, the rest of the weapon is shit. 90% damage would be nice, but low roll. 3 to scale to mage mastery. Damn, son. Okay, that's good. That's almost killer gloves, I would say. Right? That's 1 to core skill, kind of useless. Life armor. Those boots have life per second as a high roll. I was thinking about making a life per second build, but that actually doesn't work. Sadly. You know? Sadly, we did try, but this does not work as the way we wanted to. We could finally get rid of the Tacit of the Dawning Sky, but we're just about to actually get enough thingies thingied. The Helltide is going to end soon. We killed some Harbingers. We slayed some Hellborn, confront Doomsayers. It would be good to find another Doomsayer to get that done. But what we should probably do is we should probably just push the Nightmare Dungeon a bit higher. So we get our Glyph to 15 and push our elemental resistance. You know? Is the new unique amulet OP for Blight? No, it's good, but not OP. Okay. We tried it. I mean, we haven't tried the new amulet because the new amulet was bugged. Okay, the new amulet was bugged and was over triggering. Right now I'm trying to get it again to then actually test it on how good it would be. Right? So the plan. Emily, good to see you there. Howdy. Also, Michael, started watching you for Warzone stuff. Just started Diablo for the first time. Was looking for some help. You popped up in the search. Keep doing you, Michael. I'll always be doing just me. When I'm here, you know, enjoying myself. And hopefully having some people that will enjoy this together with me. Oh, damn. Okay, sure. Just give me that unique. It's going to be $9.25. That's kind of killer. Thank you for the $5 donation. Also, Tiger, thank you for the 4 months of support on top of that. Oh, that is a lot of these weird ass charge dudes. Don't you charge me. Hate you. Die to my minions. Nerds. The last thing I want to get is body slammed by one of these dudes. Oh, wait. Gotta move back because elixir of momentum. I'm going to take the corpse explosion elixir now. Again, when they explode, boom. You see what happens? We're getting the coolness. Okay, genius. But 25 gifted, huh? Huh? And Brian, the gent, thank you for the brand new subscription. It's like you're kind of overdoing it here, Chad. And 25 gifted is a lot of money, sir. Appreciation. Thank you, genius. It's a lot of money, actually. Like Claude. Shout out to you, sir. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Can't wait to see how long we're actually going to have fun this season. Because last season was really short fun. I mean, it was like 3 weeks and we were kind of done. I hope this season is going to be a bit longer. Boris, thank you very much for your 15. And I don't know what that currency is. I mean, I don't even know the currency symbol, but it looks fancy. So thank you for 15 fancy currency for funny money. I have a 925 even piercer for you if you want. Nah, I'm not going to be stealing your uniques at this point. What if you, but like here, I have my own 925 even piercer. You know what the only problem is? That the even piercer goes from 9,806 damage to 29,418 damage. And my even piercer is at 9,806. Yeah. Yeah. It's the best Necro build for Endgame. I mean, the theory would be currently that it's Wither Necro, but we essentially need to get to 100 and then try the things around. I mean, we did try the Wither Necro on PDR. It was really, it was really strong. But we need to essentially, like, you know, try it now with the changes. Correct? Because a lot of the aspects changed, a lot of the temperings changed. Oh, sorry, that was very impolite of me to burp Rooney in that microphone. Please do apologize. My apologies. So yeah, we need to essentially get there again to then test everything. That's why we're actually trying to get to 100 so quick that we can truly then try out all the builds for you. Because theory crafting is nice, but actually, you know, playing these builds is better. Playing, testing, looking. 1, 2, 3. And the dungeon is done. Just we go. And 302 XP. So amplify once, twice, and almost 3 times, right? Almost 3 levels. Does the one-hand golem still work this season? I mean, you see my golem going around and he's just smashing everything. What about the Ring of Mendeln for this minion build? Is this good? So the Ring of Mendeln is a bit of a torn because you could get Ring of Mendeln, right? But if you get the Ring of Mendeln, you're going to miss out on 100% golem damage on golem active cooldown reduction, because right now the golem active cooldown is usually 10 seconds. But if I temper, it actually goes down to 7.5 and 5 seconds. Wow. Critical strike chance, maximum life as a high roll, essence on kill. I mean, that one had it in max roll. Both are nice. I don't want to keep you for now. Don't want to keep you. Want to keep you. Don't want to keep you. Rest can go to hell. We finally get the bonus damage reduction. That's rad, as the kids say nowadays. I don't know if the kids say that nowadays. Don't know.
Come, my glass is clean.
We're gonna go for Tomb of the Saint. 60. Where's it? I hate when I can't find that. Which golem is best for a minion build? Squall, thank you for the 47 months. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the team. We are currently playing the Iron Golem because it just does the second hit. That's kind of strong. We do the Blood Golem and just suck things dry. It's like your choice. They're mostly doing the same kind of damage-ish, right? Where the Iron Golem provides bonus stun, which can be very useful when you actually send him in, right? When you send him in, he goes boom, everything dies. don't have my aspect. No, am I still? What level? What level? What level? What level? What level, Rob? Is there the rest of your question missing? What level would you recommend for tier 3? 35. Then you go tier 3 and you can instantly equip every piece of sacred gear. How do you get the white lightning stuff going and what is it? The white lightning stuff is a potion. It's called the potion of the holy bolt. And it says whenever someone dies, holy bolt. By the way, could we stop just getting random uniques left, right, and center? Ow! I was looking at my random uniques I just got. Stupid laser undead. I'm gonna send my golem to smash you. There you go. That's what you get.
I'm not ready yet.
Gonna make me angry. So yeah, it's an elixir that gives you bonus XP and bonus boom. It's actually really cool for the Helltide because in Helltide everything essentially dies with one hit per rank. So if you then get the elixir with a bonus boom, you just go in and it's like, and you essentially just get a chain reactioning of like some weird ass explosions. It's beautiful. Can't lie. Is the quick reply? No problem. Doop. One disadvantage of playing a two-handed weapon is less survivability. Because if you're playing a one-handed weapon, you can add some more cooldown reduction, you can add some more max life, you can add some more armor, everything you feel like. That being said, I'm actually like fully armored out, right? I'm 8,000 armor. That is more or less armor cap, like 800 points missing. It's not like I couldn't just reach that with a single temper. Not actually sure if I have all the points in. I do have currently. Okay, we need more crits. More crits, because why not? I am love that. Why not? I mean, usually we drink water here, but I like my Pepsi right now. Slay all enemy in the. Oh no, it's this one. Oh no. I hate this one so much. Mainly for the enemy types, but also because the second part is a slay all. I've never been a fan of a dungeon that has as the second part slay all. I generally hate slay all. I mean, sure, they made it better by streamlining the dungeons. It's just like so uninspired. Why can't it just be but like vaults, chat? Why did they have to take the vaults away? I feel like if Blizzard was truly smart and caring, they would actually have left the vaults in. Sad face. For this build on MOBA, yes, we started with a Sever Summoner, and then we're slowly transitioning into the Golem Mansa. And as you see, we essentially have a Golem who just goes around and smashes things. Why are you having lag issues? There seems to be some NVIDIA problem with, in case you're using any kind of the NVIDIA DLSS frame generation shenanigans shebangs. That seems to be causing some issues. I don't know if that is related to the problem you're having. I'm just saying what I know. Damage, nah, that's low roll. You go away. They were tied to Malphus. Ah, fuck Malphus. But there was a tweet like from the community manager. Maybe you want to check out Mr. Adam. Has radar. See, my golem just hit him like a total of 3 times or so and just took his life. 1, 2, 3. I do one more dungeon. I should have what I'm looking for. Max life in nah. In nah. Why are you all so sad? Reimska Kevin. Lights. Isn't Lights Watch a quick one? You play the Crab Souls game. If it's worse, to give it a try. Which Crab Souls game, Garlic? Oh no, Lights Watch is annoying. No. Here, there you go. I've seen some posts about some crashing their experience after season start. If you have a 40 series card, I'd recommend disabling frame generation for the time being. Team is looking with Nvidia, but it appears to be a large culprit for some of the crashes. So they seem to be aware of something, right? What it is, we don't know. Knato, good morning. Okay, we need to slay the watchman, but aren't both watchmen usually like standing right in front of the door? If I remember correctly. Another crab's treasure. No, I haven't heard of any like Souls-like game with crabs yet. And I play a lot of Souls-like games, but like many, like there's still many more releasing. What are those splinters? A new potion? Potion is called Elixir of Holy Bolt. It's a seasonal potion, so only available this season so far. And it's rare. You do drop it in Helltide. You do drop it outside of Helltide. And whenever, like, essentially a unit dies, an enemy, they shoot out holy bolts on death. Which is like a permanent artillery shrine. It only works when someone dies, but who cares? Like, for an artillery shrine. You had Deathless Visage drop. I already have 2 or 3 Deathless Visages dues. Do you switch to Bone Spear if you want to? You know, if you want to, you can totally swap over to Bone Spear with Anne. But you don't have to. Right? The other gate winch is on the other side, or the watchman. I'm Bone Golem at the moment. I mean, Bone Golem is nice. And I think a lot of people have been trying around with the splinters. When your golem takes damage, it unleashes bone spikes, dealing damage, and makes enemies vulnerable for 4 seconds. This effect can only happen once every 3 seconds. I mean, the thing is, right, when your Bone Golem takes damage, he does that. Or every second Iron Golem attack causes a shockwave. So the question is, what happens faster? Every second attack or every 3rd hit? Because if you have a golem with a very high attack speed, right, and he hits twice very fast, right? It's like once, twice, once, twice, once, twice, once, twice. Where the other thing, like, literally only happens when someone, yeah, hits my dude, and that only every 3 seconds. How do you upgrade your stuff to 5.5? You don't? 5.5 doesn't exist anymore. Okay, link to your build, exclamation mark MOBA shows you our builds. So the 5.5 upgrading that you're used to, that 5.5 upgrading does not exist anymore. It's not that you're too stupid. It's just that you don't know. Right? That's okay. Sometimes you don't know. Max life, damage over time in. Damn, really? Yeah. I mean, like, what would you need 5 out of 5 for? It was an absolute uninspired upgrading process. Right now, I can walk you at the smith through what you do. So if you have been missing what you do this season, you temper masterwork. And tempering is the adding of bonus aspects, like corpse tendril size, golem damage, for example, my gloves. That gives us a total of 5 aspects. But I don't temper many items. Right now, I only want to temper when I want to keep the item, even though they made resources less scarce. So you can actually temper a lot now. Because before it was kind of like, oh man, I really need to think about if I want to do this temper because, well, reasons. Masterworking is just upgrading, but it's for endgame. Well, it is upgrading, but I wouldn't say it's just upgrading because Masterworking has the, you know, the 25% increase every each level. And if you don't hit it, you can reset the complete Masterwork to redo and so on until you're happy. Right? You can't walk beyond the entrance. It's blocked because you're not world tier 2. Alex, can it be that you're when you're trying to enter the Cathedral of Light, you're currently in world tier 1? In world tier 1, you can't do the Cathedral of Light. The Cathedral of Light is a world tier 2 thingy. See, there's often a simple answer, you know. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. Did they fix where we're gonna able to find level 100 if you hit level 100? What? Sorry. Do you use any unique rings like the autocast or Mandel? I will use Mandel most likely if I ever get it. Just to make a damage comparison of Mandel to no Mandel to see like how much I enjoy that or not. On the test server, I tried out Mandel and it was really good, you know. But as much as Mandel was really good, it's also like just stealing you another aspect on temper rings and everything. Has anyone seen attack speed on one staggers yet? I have definitely seen attack speed on weapons, multiple. One-handed weapons, two-handed weapons. And didn't I just get... Yeah, I got attack speed on a scythe, I think. Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Madame Den Mother. Good night, my sweet little lady puddings. So, done. Fully nuked. Good. That's my glyph now being fully upgraded. So we have 4 glyphs already on 15. So almost all the glyphs for this build are upgraded. Even my golem is getting a new shine. It's the cycle on this build again. You curse, you void, golem slam, corpse tendrils. In between, always summon the skeletal priest. Preferable before you do corpse tendrils, or as you do corpse tendrils, because you can do both on the same corpse. Kind of nice. My obols are almost full again. I'm gonna look out for that. Crit, poison, End max damage over time. Not bad, because maximum end, almost maximum life, maximum damage over time. So that could be in a lucky hit chance build if I want to do lucky hit chance build. Weak.
I cannot do that here.
So what would you do now? So I would, for example, take this ring, go into the tempering. Then I would be offensive and I would do summoning. Good. Now I'm trying to hit golem damage. Done. And I would go for resource tempering. And here I would probably go for... ultimate cooldown reduction or golem cooldown reduction. Rapid ossification is not what I'm looking for. Rapid ossification is not what I'm looking for. Golem cooldown reduction. So now I have 2 times golem cooldown reduction of 25 and 25%, right? And my golem just goes from 10 seconds cooldown down to 6 seconds cooldown. Cool, right? And the best part right now is that I'm level 89 already. And if I go for the Purveyor of Curiosities and I'm looking for new amulets that are finally going to be good, then I can get new amulets. And these amulets are going to be mostly possible 925.
Until next time.
Which is kind of cool. Now we can look into this and see that is 925, right? Attack speed, by the way. That's 925 with a crit chance. That is 925 with maximum resource. And that's the 925 with 2 ranks in Hellbent Commander, which is exactly what I actually want. So we get 2 ranks in Hellbent Commander, which gives us even more damage. Then I'm going to go for the Codex of Power and not Codex of Powers. Then we're going to go for the reroll. And we want to get rid of... Oh, that's not the amulet we're looking for. That's the amulet we're looking for. We want to get rid of the Essence on Kill. Into Lucky Hit Chance. Into Movement 7% Intelligence. It's actually a good one. Into Damage. Into... No, I think we're fine here. That will be a nice addition. I mean, we're currently at 1,000 intelligence, and essentially having an item that's another 70% is quite nice. 7%, not 70, 7%. Now we have minions, reanimation, tendrils, shadow blight. Oh, we're gonna change. We're gonna put unyielding here. And shadow blight here. Good. Where are you gonna find anything over level 80 stuff? I mean, your enemies have to be level 95. If your enemies are level 95, you're gonna drop 925 gear, and that's it. I mean, all your levels, all your items are level 65, 73, 80, 80, 80, but you don't actually have to fight anything over level 80 because level 80 is the cap, right? You can't go over level 80. You recommend for Necro 2-handed or 1-handed shield? Either it's 1-handed and focus or 2-handed. 1-handed and shield I would not go for. Okay, almost 90. Shit, I hate this Helltide. Nah, bottom right Helltide is actually good. The bottom right. Let's go. Could you link the build you're using? In the video description, there is the Mobalytics link. Did you get plagued or blighted on tendrils? We're currently using plagued on tendrils for the vulnerable because we don't have any other source of vulnerable. Apart from the golem slamming, but the slam is not that big to make it worth it to have him like be my source of vulnerable. When it's good to see the golem cooldown so low now because, I mean, here, like I'm sending the golem in, 6-second cooldown, right? And boom, 6-second cooldown gone. Why is the 6-second cooldown gone? It's actually a funny combination of what the Reapers do, because the Skeletal Reapers right now provide you with Reapers wind-up attacks reduce one of your active cooldowns by 3 seconds, and every 10 seconds they do a wind-up attack. So if you have 6 Reapers, they might be just wind-up attacking at that very moment. No mercy. Ah, look at this. Perfect event time. What's the cap on attack speed? I don't actually know what the cap on player attack speed is. Minions don't seem to have a cap on attack speed, considering though that the minion attack speed is or should only be up to 100%, so they have the 100% damage multiplier from I don't know where I was. 100% from 150% from the cult leader. Jesus, my brain is just jumping around, so I'm sorry. We've been not sleeping very much, aka we have not been sleeping at all. I might just say random weird things. Should I go Will Tier 3 Helltide with level 34? I did that and it was very successful. It worked as a Necro. I don't know how it works with your class. So you always got to consider that whatever I'm saying, right, it's from the perspective of the Necromancer. So if I'm saying like you should be, yeah, right, like, yeah, I did that easy. Well, I did it easy as a Necro. It might be that it's for you a bit harder, depending on what you're doing. Slay Hellborn. Hellborn are when we have our danger meter fill up. And I kind of want to try to kill Tormented Boss, but I don't want to waste the resources. I think we are going to wait for 100 probably before doing Tormented Bosses. How long have you been streaming? Today for 1 hour and 25 minutes, but we have been streaming the night. So we had a 9-hour-long night stream and until 3 a.m. Then I didn't go to sleep and made a YouTube video, and now we're online again. Which has me a bit tired. I mean, not really tired. It's just like like, you know, when the body feels exhausted. But that's not the point, right? I'm still able to very relaxed cruise. The good thing is that Diablo's not taking much attention, right? I can play Diablo like that. If I want to, if I need to. Season 2, we actually need to upgrade that Season 2 command to a Season 4 command. Thank you for reminding me. There's still a lot unsolved riddles. Smarts, you look tired. Well, thank you very much. That's appreciated. That's one like to the YouTube stream for pointing out the obvious. Well, that reminds me, I wanted to check the season journey because we're kind of stuck on season journey number 4. But again, the season journey provides gear for this build. Okay, so maybe we get a Ring of Mendeln at some point. Oh, where's the season journey? Chapter. Okay, I need to collect scattered prisms found primarily from defeating world bosses. Defeat elite monsters. Or equip sacred legendary items in every slot. LOL. Okay, I need to get a scattered prism. That would be a world boss. Does anyone know the world boss timer? World boss timer is in 1 hour. Okay. I guess that would be it. Morefish, thank you for the 2 months of support. Wait a second. Morefish, good to see you there. Shouldn't Gregoire the Galvanic Saint drop a scattered prism? Does he drop a scattered prism or a Varshan? Any of those nerds? Oh, why am I not doing this, by the way, Chan? Can someone explain? Brain activated. The mind cache. More levels, more everything. You get scattered prisms from the Iron Wolves. Yeah, I'm not talking about Resplendent Spark. Like, the scattered prisms, you probably get them from the Iron Wolf. At some point. But I might have taken them all already. So we need to kill a world boss. But the world boss is not there. So the question is, do the big bosses drop that too? Do the big bosses drop scattered prisms too? Like in Dariel and Duriel? I don't remember. Never looked. If they would. That's totally a way to end up dead. Meteor Storm. And then we're going into my favorite thing, the events. But if everything works out, Chad, living steel chest, huh? Because we're in the middle of the event. The event is happening here right now. And we got the skull running, the mine cage running, because the mine cage again, oh, we're gonna get invaded. The mine cage makes the threat meter fill up faster and, well, gives you 10 levels, so more bonus XP. It gives you more cinders. Gives you everything. I mean, we're literally like usually getting 500 cinders just for doing a normal tower. Okay, that's many. Thank you very much. I wish I had someone with me that could profit from this too. Right now, Pony's just getting the goodies all alone. This is a robbery. Oh no! That was so bad. Only because I just, like, for a second, just went unfocused. By the way, you see the leaf on the map, correct? The leaf on the map either indicates a mine cage, or it indicates an elixir. And those are usually the good elixirs. Velo, what level did you make it up to? Oh, Velo. And that's a mine cage. That's when you kill the Hellborn. Not sure if they ever dropped 2 mine cages, but here we are back again, activating the mine cage. I have a hard time getting more because I keep dying. Stupid. Sorry, chat. Didn't mean to. Oh, we got Hellborn killed. Hey, that count for the one Hellborn? Probably. Would you say greater affixes are more common than you expected? Well, I complained on the test server about that if greater affixes are going to be the endgame gear, then there should be more greater affixes dropping, because let's let it make sense. Right now I have 1 item with a greater affix, 2 items with a greater affix, and these items are also my tempered items because I know I will keep them for a while. But if an item does not at least have 1 greater affix, then I'm highly disappointed and I'm looking for the next item. That being said, do we actually like the multiple greater affixes? Because the multiple greater affixes makes you like always hunt for the next big item, right? But the RNG is going to be quite significant to actually get that together. But yeah, like in order. Because now, like, I have a 1 greater affix item, but I'm actually looking for a 2 greater affix item, right? Because a 1 greater affix item is not really very impressive. It's just like 1 greater affix with Fs. But what if I could get 2 greater affixes or 3? A bit weird. 1 heart, 2 hearts. Let's see if it puts in the 3rd heart. She does. Is there a level needed to upgrade equipment? No, you can't upgrade equipment anymore. You can only temper. And for the Masterworking, you don't need a specific level. Well, that's not true. You just need to be able to clear a tier 41 nightmare dungeon, and then you can go. Is there a specific place where you get minion damage tempering? No, I did only do Helltide, and I have every single tempering. So at this point, I officially do have every single tempering recipe for Necromancer available by playing the game. By playing the game. You know, I played the game. It sounds so stupid, but I did. And I finally got it. How did you play yesterday, Burculus? We played until 3 a.m. Took a little break, in which we made a YouTube video, and now we're going strong again. And I would like to reach 100, and I mean the progress is good. Not sure if I will reach 100 today. I mean, it's possible from an hour perspective, right? It's more like, am I awoke enough? Am I awake enough? My lady. Build very good versus demonic things because you essentially just send in your golem and your minions and you try to cooldown reduce a little bit, so you're able to use the Army of the Dead more often. Also a thought where you could have the Blight be something else that just has a better lucky hit chance to produce to give you more cooldown on the Maiden, on your Army of the Dead. So that's where your super damage nuke is coming, right? You're doing like decent damage, but then you activate this and it's another 200% damage multiplier. kind of works nicely. But not if your enemy is just like consistently flying up in the sky, gets invulnerable, then comes back, then you know, flies up and then gets invulnerable. And Sensei, thank you very much for the brand new 16 months of support. Ranko for the follow, Roy for the follow, and Morefish for the 2nd month of subscriptions. Howdy. I mean, I feel like we're getting many new first timers from the Xbox family, because a lot of Xbox players are now experiencing Diablo for the first time ever, which is fantastic because it's essentially their first impression of Diablo, right? I mean, you might have, obviously, as an Xbox player, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chan. So as an Xbox player, you might have read the one or the other news outlet. You might have informed yourself about Diablo 4 beforehand, and you have seen that it's the critical acclaimed ARPG of Diablo 4. Which, yeah, is really some people's only personality trait to judge Diablo 4. Like, it's their actual personality. Like, I'm a professional Diablo 4 judger. And oh, she just died. It's doing good. Okay, what do we get? Greater affix items, chat. Let's see. Helmet with maximum life and int. I'm not sure if that, like, what I'm missing is a little bit. I see the greater affix, okay. But I know a helmet can have 873 max life. So is that really the max life? Oh, someone summoned the queen again. I'm actually not interested in fighting because I already bit the bullet last second, right? I learned it the hard way, Chan. If you want to fight the queen, hand in your cinders first. It sounds so trivial because you're like, obviously I'm going to do this, but how many times did you obviously do this, right? How many times did you do the obvious thing where you would just to obviously have to do it, huh? I mean, if it was so obvious, I would probably not have to say it, huh? Oh, nice. Another unique. How many uniques have we gotten in this stream already, chat? I mean, at this point, we're at 5, 6, 7. And the best part is, look at the living steel we have. We can summon Tormented Grig so many times in a row that he doesn't want to play anymore. Like, Tormented Grig, Tormented Grig. I just have to wait, like, for level 100. I mean, before level 100 is possible, tested that. But you want to kind of, the max, right? Why am I being Helltide attacked? I think I'm being Helltide attacked. I think I'm having fans, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe that? Fans that are coming to murder me. How often did your runes go in Elden Ring for being dumb? Yeah, but I mean, like, worst case scenario in Elden Ring, you just do some rune farm, blah, whatever, and you get back. I mean, it's quite there, right? And part of the gameplay loop of losing your thing. I mean, during leveling in Elden Ring, you definitely lose like 3-4 levels worth of runes, even if you're cautious. Always kind of happens. This is the worst Helltide guy, Chad, because it's a rogue. And the rogue can get, like, really annoying. We've had that where he just went in and one-hit us. Oh, there is a in mine cage. Sorry. Don't ask me, ladies and gentlemen, why they decided to make this blue as, like, yellow as well. I mean, they were probably like, you know what? Yellow is a great color. We should just make all the drops yellow. To confuse people, you know, we should introduce rare elixirs. And guess what color would be good for the rare elixirs? Yellow. Did you get any sleep last night? Nah. I'm probably gonna take a little nap when I'm done streaming, like of an hour or so, then take care of the children and then do a proper sleep tonight. And then notice that I'm too old for this shit. And next time I should definitely sleep all day long before. Most likely. Just to be safe. There is the steel sword. I went the blood surge. You have posted telling 100, but not the one you're using here. Can you link this build? The build is the Gulamancer build.
I need time to do that.
We already moved on from leveling to a more endgame variant of the Necro. One of the endgame variants. There's more. Also, Colin King, if you're level 50, you can still use the build in the description. Nothing changed. Just saying. Wait, my freaking... Oh, no. Whoa. Where did that fire explosion come from? Like, so many fire explosions. Okay, smoldering ashes, greater collection. Warning, there was an error code. Yeah, this is by the way very good game design when like you put points into your Paragon board and you get an error code and you're kind of like, but why? Do you know if Skeleton Blizzard scales with Skeleton increase? No, actually the Skeleton Blizzard, so the Mage Blizzard, when you use the Blizzard ability, this one here, guys, every 8 seconds your Skeleton Mages cast Blizzard. That one scales with your weapon damage. Huh. So 200 weapon and the Blizzard is more damage than 100 weapon and the Blizzard. Verrückt. That's what it is. What's your accent? I'm German. But it's not a German accent. I don't know what my accent is. It just is. It just is. Okay, so we wanted to find out if... Oh, that way, that's Kix. Kix could have a Scatter Prism. That's Kix!
I need time to do that.
Ah, you shitters. Die. Painful death. I hope it hurts!
I need more time.
There's Kix. Let me on my mount. Even elites in the capstone dungeon were harder than the boss. I mean, it is what it is. Capstone isn't there to be hard. Capstone is meant as a equipment check, kinda, as a preliminary level check. And if you struggle with the capstone, you're either A, too early there, or B, your build actually kind of stinks.
I need more time.
Or C, a combination of both. And there's always the world that, you know, you might be an untalented gentleman, but it could also be like an unfortunate coming together of circumstances. Okay, I still don't have the last thingy I need, the Scatter Prism, but I could defeat elite monsters while blood marked in hostile areas. That's what I could easily do. Do rare items have effect much with the changes to items? You don't use rare items anymore? At all? A patch could have been called Diablo 5. I truly feel like this patch deserves Diablo 4 2.0. That's what I would have called it. Oh, exquisite blood for Mr. Zur or Lord Zur.
It is done.
Collection of boots. I'm not sure if the Tree of Whisper has yet dropped greater affix items. Tier 5. We have 1 already done. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Listen. What? Can we still get the pet construct? Nope. No more pet construct. Okay, no. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Damage over time, critical strike chance, maximum life. Intelligence, vulnerable, resource cost reduction. Team could be too smart for their own good. Oh, that's essence per second, life per second, but it's essence and life per second. That's not good. You want like either or, but not both. Both is kind of like the resistance, attack speed. Oh wow, that's a 10% intelligence greater affix. What? That's oh wow, that's perfect. Yikes. That amulet is perfect. Why? So we're looking to make a build that's int only. Okay, maximum int. Like the most amount of int that you can remotely imagine. Like so much int that your booty explodes, essentially. The intoning. Okay, there is a world boss, but before we do a world boss, we wanted to check if I can get a scatter prism by killing like Barshan or something like that. Else we're just gonna go to the world boss. I'm gonna start season 4 tomorrow. What is the alternative to golem build without shadow spells damage? Bone Necro. You can play a bone summoner or blood summoner. Both are quite fantastic. Now we're gonna summon Tormented Barshan. You learn and upgrade aspects from everything you salvage. Exactly. You don't have to extract, store, and then imprint. What do I need to prioritize for your minions to hit harder? For your minions to hit harder, you need to, well, just boost your damage because minions get your stats. You know? That is a good roll. That's actually a really good roll. Damn. I mean, on half the things, the other half is actually kind of saddening. That was Varshan. He didn't give me a scattered prism, I think. Sad. Now we could just wait for the world boss in 47 minutes. Loving Minion Necro so far, but I'm also probably going to do that Twister Bar build to this season. It looks so fun. Well, the good thing is that leveling is so fast. If you want to have multiple 100s, that should not be an issue. Almost done with the quest where they like us. Good. Send that in. Destroy these two. Again, everything upgraded, right? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do one round of the pit just for the YOLOs. You know? There's no reason to do it. No reason at all. But hey. Kinda just wanna. Okay, all potions upgraded to the max. Oh no, the pit! Level 1! Can we handle it? Or is it too hard? They updated this to 15 minutes. That's a joke. Why is it a joke? Because like 10 minutes was already very easy and you rarely ever struggled, right? Putting that to, I mean, like they probably put it to 15 minutes with a new pit in mind because the later levels are going to be way more difficult as far as I understood. which means this is probably a change to accommodate the AOZ character that Pit has reached now. What are their capstone levels now? 20 and 50? No, still 35 and 55. Before, it doesn't make much sense. I was talking about Minion Necro and how much damage they do, and you've seen the numbers, but you haven't been impressed. I mean, like, sir, no one has very good gear yet. But you have to consider that without very good gear, I could currently do a tier 100 dungeon with minions, and that's it. I mean, I'm not sure what numbers you're looking for. That's obviously something that we don't know. What numbers you have imagined? Like did you expect minions to suddenly do billions of damage? I mean, there's a world where the Golem can do billions of damage. Why so many pieces of gear in the stash? Oh, that's very simple, because I'm a content creator. I'm not doing one build. So you might in one season play one build or two builds, but I am doing 10 to 12 different builds per season. So I need sets of gear for every build that I can hot swap between them to actually make my content. Right? That's the first half of the gauntlet. And that's the second half of the gauntlet. Good. I mean, my golem just 3-hit him, essentially. Belgians. Well, that's Skeletal Warrior Mastery on boots. Huh. I'll be damned. I did not know you could get the Warrior Mastery and the Mage Mastery still on the boots. It's quite good. But yeah, I need a Blood Surge. I need a Bone Spirit, a Bone Spear, like Critical Strike gear, Life gear, cooldown gear, everything to be able to hot swap between all the builds. Obviously, we want to get like many cool things together. Okay, almost full Paragon board done, full of crits and other shenanigans. Is the pit equivalent to greater rifts in D3? Yes. Are dungeons even worth running now? No, because you get the gear from the overworld, but you still have to run them because dungeons are providing you with Glyph XP. You don't get Glyph XP other ways. Do you think Blood Surge is going to be viable in Endgame? Well, we did the math, and Blood Surge can get up to 45,000 life, which is going to be absolutely insane if you actually fortify with that amount of life. So yes, Blood Surge should actually be good. But Blood Surge is going to be good in like under certain conditions, right? It's not going to be like so good. Did you summon the lady? Everywhere that you go, they're always summoning her. They're never not summoning her. Oh, Jesus. I didn't pay attention and I got killed. Ow. I mean, luckily we weren't having many things yet that we could lose. Come on, Gola. Do air dirty. Need my thingy to jiggy. I need my Army of the Dead. Come on, just give me Army of the Dead right now. Cooldown reduction. Thank you very much. See, like suddenly my golem is just chunking her down. More exquisite blood. I tell you, Blood Maiden, 33 exquisite blood. Do you know how long it takes to get 33 exquisite blood? Will you be updating your build on max roll? My builds are not on max roll. How does Blight Corpse Explosion Necro compare to Minion? It isn't even close. It's way further. Blight Corpse Explosion Necro is absolutely insane. And the reason for that is Wither. Wither being a quadratic multiplier. Right? So right now, I'm not even trying, and I have 1,000 intelligence, okay? We have 1,080 intelligence without breaking a leg. So we just have that, right? If you're looking at Wither in the Paragon board, Wither says, your shadow damage over time effects have a 5% chance to do 50% bonus. So right now, I'm currently at a 22% chance for a 120% bonus with 1,000 intelligence. That every shadow damage over time effect can do bonus damage. So if my shadow damage over time tick is 10 million, well, that can be times 200% then, correct? Because I have 1,000 in, but getting 2,000 in is super easy. Point here where this could spiral completely out of control. And for that, I'm also trying to find max in here, and that's why when a piece has some good int things happening, I'm taking it. Right? The one you're running is different from the one in the description. Yes, but the one in the description is still the one I've been running to this point. Now, if you're starting anew, this is essentially your baby step 1. This is already baby step 2. Or not so baby step. That's mine. Almost 91 shot. How many obols do I have? 1,200 only. When should we swap on this build to the leveling build? I mean, you can do it after level 100 if you have all the aspects, or you could do it earlier if you have the aspects. The thing is that, like right now, I essentially swapped away from Talon's Edict because I have 100% attack speed anyways, okay? My minions have 100% attack speed anyways, and that's why I swapped away from Talon's Edict, because I didn't need it anymore. And since I swapped away from it and went for Shadow Blight, then I had to also swap away from Sever to do Blight, because Blight is shadow damage over time and triggers the Shadow Blight better. What endgame build would you prefer? For ease of use, it's probably going to be Glyph, because Glyph is really nice. I mean, you can see it. I'm AFK here right now. I'm not moving. So Golem is doing incredibly well together with the minions. So that's the more lazy build. But I think the Shadow build is going to be doing more damage. If I would choose, I would probably only play the Bone Spirit build, because Bone Spirit is kind of like fantastic. And if you do the right build, the amount of spam you can do is just incredible. Is this patch like Loot 2.0 in Diablo 3? I've never played Diablo 3 with Loot 2.0, so I cannot confirm or unconfirm if that is what it is. What I can tell you is that it's definitely giving Diablo a second chance, because Diablo just needed that second chance, right? I get so many legendaries from the level. Should I salvage them? Yes, you salvage them. If you don't need the legendaries, you salvage them. Okay, so in case you missed this, guys, if you get a ton of legendaries, you don't keep them in your stash for the aspects, right? I only keep good stats in here. But if you salvage an item, like the aspect goes into your Codex of Powers, and you can always enchant out of your Codex of Powers. Okay? That's life per second. An essence per second. An essence per second would be useful. That's new pans. Life per second. Bone spinners. Jeez, useless. Sound is wrong. Wait, did I hit my microphone? The only thing that could happen. Oh, Masterworking is finally available because I picked up Opticide. Oh, I have enough Opticide to masterwork one single time. Fantastic. So which audio's cutting? I mean, I should hear myself. Let me see. No, the sound is normal. Everything is normal. Yeah. So we get Masterwork, and technically I could start Masterworking right now, but I mean, we have limited resources, correct? The only thing I would keep is currently the... I mean, I have no item that I would keep. Maybe this ring. This ring could be interesting if I could re-roll the stat is currently poison resistance. If we could re-roll this into maximum life, damage. Maximum life is a higher roll. Critical strike chance. Sure, I could go for critical strike chance. See, that's nice. So now we could go and we could masterwork that item one single time. Ta-da! Masterworked. So now the intelligence is increased, the crit chance is increased, the damage over time is increased, the golem active cooldown reduction is increased, and the golem damage is increased. Ta-da! The first item masterworked. Woo! Ching, 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 ching. Yeah. Are you running the Shadow Minion build? Yes, we're currently running Shadow Minions. We're focusing, though, on critical strike chance, critical strike damage to have our minions do the maximum chance and damage. We're getting our things resistanced out because we need the maximum resistances, and I think for that I should put 2 points in there. So I should probably 1, 2, 3, 4. Because if I put 2 more points in there, more resistance, and if I put 1 more point in there, I should now be fully resistanced out. Let me check. Ta-da! Almost. Ring of Mandalon works with this build. Yes, absolutely. Ring of Mandalon works with this build. There's no question if Ring of Mandalon will work with this build. And I could make a diamond, a flawless diamond, and then I could put a socket into this amulet, for example, which has Hellbound Commander. That's, by the way, the first one we should actually masterwork. And then suddenly 70, 70, 70. Woo! Fully resistanced out. In the chat, ladies and gents, we got it done. Level 91, resistance is popping. We got these boots here with Skeletal Warrior Mastery. The problem is we now have Skeletal Warrior Mastery, but we want Skeletal Mage Mastery instead. What's the resource you need for Masterworking and how do you get it? The resource you need for Masterworking is called Opticide, Ingolis, and Neath Iron, and you get the currency or the material from the pit. The pit you find in Karagar, you teleport over there, and in order to go into the pit, you need to clear a tier 41 nightmare dungeon, and then you can just go, like right now, into a tier 4, for example. Boom. Let's go in. Well, we're not 100 yet, but we have the armor and everything. Why no sockets? Because I don't want to waste my materials on items that are not going to stay. Kind of like, why no sockets? As the Minion Bone Spear build, it works really good, but it falls off compared to the other Minion builds. I've had a problem, for example, that I couldn't clear a tier 200 pit with the Bone Spear minions because the damage was just feeling wonky and weird. Whereas the Shadow and the Blood... the Shadow and the Pure build were working way better. Okay. So this is the pit right now. In the pit, you're fighting against the timer. 14 minutes. If you die, you get a time penalty. If you defeat the Guardian before the timer ends, you get materials. If you actually don't defeat... If you do defeat the Guardian and the timer has ended, you do not get anything. So then you're kind of screwed, and you just did this for naught. So no cool chests with bonus mats for you. That's at least how they did it. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun because the monster level gets higher, higher, and higher. The dungeon gets more and more challenging. So you're like fighting more and more versus the clock, while you then have to improve your build to find some golden cards. Golden cards, my brain. To find like more greater affix items, to masterwork everything, and then like go deeper and deeper and deeper. And the most important part is to be fast enough, because the faster you are, the more levels you can dive deep. Okay, so if you are plenty quick, then you go 3 levels deeper. So I went from 1 to 4, but if I am slow, then I will only go like 1 or 2 levels deeper instead of 3. But technically, you don't want to slack in the pit, and you don't want to be doing these low B levels that are super easy that much. So you need to zoom through without dying to be able to play in the big boy league, essentially, where it really matters. Because later we can convert the higher materials, Ingolith, Neath Iron, into Opticide. So for example, right now I get 20 Opticide for a run, but 20 Opticide is not a lot. That's 2 clicks of the button. Useless. Later though, I will get 10 Neath Iron for a run. So same run, right? Only more difficult, but same run, same time, roughly. With the difference though that I get 20 Neath Iron, and 20 Neath Iron, if you dilute it down to Opticide, is kind of like 400 Opticide or so. I don't have the exact numbers in my head, but like, right? It's just so much more for one run. Like even if you need the lowest end thingy. Why Iron over Blood Golem? Because right now with the equipment I have and the way how the build is going, the Iron Golem does more damage. And I don't need the cooldown reduction. So, cooldown reduction. I don't need the damage reduction. And he's dead. It was simple. Ta-da. So now I get tier 5, tier 6, tier 7. We're good to go. And I get Opticide. So that was now, instead of 10, we got 13 Opticide, which is kind of weak, right? 13 Opticide is nothing. But since I was fast now, I'm going deeper. Clear tier 4 pit with your golem at level 75. Absolutely possible. I just like, you know, I don't see a reason to be much in the pit right now. Because again, I might get the masterworking materials, but I'm not going to keep any piece of gear I have on me currently. Right? The masterworking material is truly reserved for 1 or 2 greater affix items in my eyes. So the only reason you're, by the way, going to swap over to Blood Necro or Blood Golem is because you want to have the 30% damage reduction. But we don't need the 30% damage reduction right now. Right? You don't. How do you extract the power of legendaries now? You just break down the item. So you just decraft it. Decrafting sounds so stupid. I need to go there, and I actually feel I need to pee. I have the worst problem currently. You know, I went to pee too early, and now the water's just rushing through me. Long time no see, Air Venom. How are you doing? Are you playing Gray Zone Warfare now? I hope you're doing very well and life treats you good. Just decombobulate the item. Exactly, Night Templar. You just have to decombobulate it. By the way, shout out chat to YouTube again. We have over 500 viewers on YouTube. Yes, I know. What the fuck? I mean, YouTube and Twitch are actually fighting for having like most viewers. That's insane. So we're currently using a build that really pushes golem damage to the max. But why golem damage over the minion damage? Okay, that is because golem is double dipping. Okay, chat? How is golem double dipping? All of our minions are getting bonus damage multipliers, okay? So all our minions getting 60% more, 60% more, 45, and the golem is getting 75% more. Okay, that's fine. That applies to everyone, correct? Fantastic. Then we have Hellband Commander. Your minions deal 75% increased damage while you're close to them. Okay, that's minions. That works for everyone too. Fantastic. Correct? So everyone is on the page right now. The advantage the Golem has, though, is that if we're going into the Paragon board, we have something called... I mean, first, minions deal 10% more damage multiplicative. Correct? That's the first one. That goes for everyone again. But then, follow up, we have the Cult Leader board. And in the Cult Leader board, it's another 15% multiplier. And all our minions are getting 150% damage. Good. That's a 150% damage multiplier. That applies to everyone as well. So we're all still all minions, right? All minion lives matter at this point. But there's a bonus, okay? There's a final bonus to this, and that is that the skeletons don't have their own board. Correct? Skeletons don't have a single board, but Golem has another board just for itself, which gives another 100% multiplicative damage. Right? So on everything that has been going on, the Golem is getting another 100%. Whoa. And that's why Golem damage multiplier is so much better, or it's so much easier to get the Golem to do insane damage, because everything he does is times 100%. Now hold for a second before you go crazy. Hold your horses. Ha ha ha. Ponyhof, horses. It's a pony farm, you know? Germans are funny. We're talking about one Golem versus 11 summons, though, right? Because sure, like, obviously, one Golem is now able to technically do the most damage possible. But we have only one of them, while we have 11 skeletons. We upload your build. The build is already uploaded. Exclamation mark MOBA shows you all my builds. I mean, we have YouTube videos on all of these builds. We have YouTube videos on the Golemancer. I mean, obviously, as soon as I'm 100, as soon as we're deeper in the pit, I will make an updated endgame version of the build. With then, where do we have all the skills? Because right now, chat, you can have on the boots, Skeletal Mage Mastery. You can have on the pants, Skeletal Mage Mastery. On the gloves, Skeletal Mage Mastery is possible as well. So on top of the actual boosting of the Golem, because the chest can have Golem Mastery. Yes, the chest can have that. So, Skeletal Mage, Mage, Golem, and then on the necklace, I think we can have Golem Mastery as well. That would push damage the most. Which one would you recommend? I mean, the Golem one-hit everything is going to be the easiest for Uber bosses. So if you are interested in farming the Uber boss ladder, right? If you're interested in killing Gregoire, if you're interested in killing Duriel, I think the Golemancer will in the long run be the best for that. If you're looking to actually farm the pit, I almost feel like that the Shadow Necro, the Shadow Summoner, that's focusing more on the skeletons and not so much on the Golem, and to actually add a little bit of Wither support to your damage as well. So it's kind of like double dipping. So with a Corpse Explosion, that might be better for the pit. That being said, the Golemancer is still fantastic for the pit. Don't get me wrong. But we gotta make a distinction somewhere. Okay, so I was just here like a few seconds in the Helltide, and we're already having everything. This is the beauty about the Helltide, right? I've just spent 5 minutes talking about Necro, and we have 350 cinders. Are you liking this season so far? That's a very good question. Let me counter question. How are you liking what you see? I mean, I can give you like first-hand experience as a creator and as someone who actually likes Diablo. Okay, Rome Styles, thank you for the 75 months. Hope the family, child, everything is doing good. The house is being rented and everything as well. So first for me as a ARPG player, you know, like I'll give you the opinion as an ARPG player. I think it's fantastic because finally loot matters. Okay, so I am in the Helltide right now, and I know all of these items are 925. Okay, so I know that every single item that just dropped is 925. That's fantastic because every item I will pick up here is a potential upgrade. So none of these items is shit. Okay, so potential upgrade, potential upgrade, potential upgrade, potential upgrade, potential upgrade. Like none of these is like, oh no, I'm picking up 832 now. No, they could all be better. That's great because that kind of like eliminates this feeling of why do I even bother picking up loot? So that's cool. Step number 1, correct? Oh shit, another hellbone. That's harsh. Then step number 2, on top of these items being potential upgrades, right? We're also having the drops could be greater affixes. So there is this excitement that whenever you kill someone, not only could there be normal loot popping out of him, no, on top of this set normal loot, there could also be popping out greater affixes. So that's kind of cool because you're getting this, oh my god moment, where you're like, oh, triple greater affix, what? And then it's a triple resistance item and you're kind of like, I'll do it. Don't stop me. You know, that's from a player perspective. Then obviously the tempering and masterworking is fantastic, because the tempering and masterworking allows me to make builds my own. I mean, there is bone spirit explosion size, bone spirit damage, corpse explosion damage, damage over time, the golem damage, skeletal mage cast twice. All of these things exist, right? To kind of make every build my own, to give every build my own brand. I want to go full on corpse explosion. I can do this. I mean, I can get 20 ranks in corpse explosion because corpse explosion is on pans and the chest. Corpse skills is on the amulet again. So if I want to full send it, I can do that. I can do minions, right? We can do summons. So we can focus on the bone spirit. So we can full do that. There is a thorns build. There, like, variety. Variety is amazing, right? That's cool. And then from a content creator perspective, I do actually have a reason to play, right? So I want to make builds that can beat the pit, because you as the community, when you're playing, you would probably like to have a build where you have an easy time in the pit so that you're not going to struggle for your masterworks. Correct me if I'm wrong. John, correct me if I'm wrong. But I assume that you would like to have a build that when it's time for you to do the pit, when it's time for you to get your masterwork materials, you want to click on that button and you want to have an easy time. You don't want to struggle, right? You don't want to go in there and be like, oh man, this is so fucking hard. I'm like, I mean, it will get hard in the higher levels. But the first 50 levels, the first 80 levels, you want to be like, bam, 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 I'm fucking OP, look at me, I'm destroying everything. Because why wouldn't you want that? And then maybe for the really tryhards under you, you want a build that can go even further, and that I'll provide as well. So that's cool, because I can like make these builds, right, that are fun to play, that are stupid to play, but that are still able to do the respective challenges. So this is how I'm looking at it. Do you have a video guide? Yes. We have video guides for everything at this point, Chad. So let me for the people that are looking for their guides. Hi, this is my YouTube channel. Thank you everyone for being here, and I'll read chat in a second. So this is builds for every class. This is how to level. Okay. Then this is the Surge Summoner. This is the Golem, how it works, and in the end game. This is Shadow. This is the Bone Summoner leveling. And this, on top of me, is the Sever Summoner that will then transition into the Golem. So Sever into Golem. Sever into Golem. And this is the live stream from yesterday where we did the leveling. Okay. Just to give you a feeling for everything. Good. Dana, good to see you there. Mac, thank you for the 1 year as well. Welcome back. So now, let's read the chat. How did that triple aspect reaction go? We found a triple aspect yesterday. The problem was, okay, so I had a problem yesterday. We found a triple greater affix item. It's a weapon, and it's not item power 925. So I technically have the perfect weapon. I have the weapon to, like, you know, the weapon your mom is going to leave your dad for to marry me. But it's only 901 item power, which makes it still fantastic. And yet at the same time not. Right? Because obviously it needs to be 925. How do you pronounce your name? I mean your streamer name. You can say sexy cyber daddy, sexy, or ponyhoff, because the 4 is an O. I mean, as someone who has spent like I'm 35, right? I've spent years in the internet right now, and in leet speech, like the 1337 language, right? The 4 is an O, obviously, and that's why it's ponyhoff, like a pony farm. It's not that the name like is like, it's not an A, it's an O. Thank you. Definitely 100%. And it's a ponyhoff because that's what the stream is. End of the day, you know. The stream is like your personal sunshine and rainbow place, if you wish to, where you can just come, relax. Don't give a damn about the world for a bit, you know. Don't have to bother with real world politics or whatever. You can just enjoy a healthy dose of gaming with fellow moms and dads, because we're fucking old, chat. And I'm not making this up. We are old. I have statistics. I can show you my YouTube statistics. You're old, okay? You're old. I'm old. We're old. You're old. My audience is a bunch of old farts. I have proof here. Wait. Let me open the chest before I die so I can show you the proof. You're old. Said it. I'm not taking it back. Okay, I spent my things. Now I can just go here and be cool about it for a second. Here, this is our YouTube analytics. Okay, 13 to 17-year-old viewers, 0.7%. 18 to 24-year-old viewers, 14.5%. That's usually the biggest gaming demographics. That's usually for a content creator where he milks the viewers. That's where you get the money, chat. Them kids watching, them kids with mom's credit card. Give me the money. Buy my Fortnite skin. Use code ponyhoff. But that's like not even 20% of our audience, right? No, we are 25 to 44. 25 to 44, you old farts. And the crazy part is here, 45 to 64 is as many viewers as 13 to 24. Oh, and guess what? We have more 65 plus viewers than 13 to 17 year olds. So I appeal to older men and women. And if you say it that way, it kind of sounds wrong, but it is what it is. Thank you for listening. You're only YouTube now? No, we're on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. It would be stupid to not stream to both platforms, in my opinion. Every creator is obviously allowed to think what they want to think, but I truly believe that not streaming to both platforms, since it's allowed now, in case you missed this, hi, it's allowed since this year that you can actually stream to all platforms at the same time. And yeah, as a content creator, I believe it's kind of like dumb to not do that because you can cover all your bases, right? It can be expected of Diablo fans to be older. Well, technically, yes, but Diablo 4 brought a bunch of new people to the genre. I mean, Diablo is now on the Xbox Game Pass, so I think like everyone of every age can have the game now, correct? I mean, it's not like an age-bound thing anymore. If you feel like playing Diablo, just go for it. Oh, I wanted to teleport out to get the upper chest. How many hours on this char? Today, 2 hours. Yesterday, 8 hours. So we're currently roughly 10 hours on the char. If we kept playing with Neil, but Neil has a job, so everyone say blame on Neil, because his internet crashed yesterday, and we were like playing together and sharing the experience. But his internet crashed, his PC crashed, and then he crashed. you know the moment where you were holding out and you were going strong, but then like everything crashes and you're kind of like, yeah, you know what, I'm actually going to bed right now. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. And then I lost my bonus XP. God, my walking bonus XP. Damn you, Neil. So now we're kind of like 10 hours in. 92 feels good. Good progression. I'm new here. Howdy. I only played a few hours, but I love the new Helltides. So the thing is that season 4 is the season of the Helltides. And I'll tell you this, if you don't like Helltides, don't play this season. I mean, there's the pit, yes, there is the tormented bosses, there's all this stuff. But if you do not like the new Helltides, don't play. Honestly, like with all the love I have in my heart for the game, but if you don't find Helltides appealing, like the monster density, the new things you can do, like I like, for example, challenging myself that I want to beat the thingy. What is it? Oh, come on, brain, say the word. The event. Okay, it's event now. So I want to beat the event, the soul-sucking event. And I want to stay in here as long as I can without having to back out, right? I want to stay until the very last moment. And that's, for me, fun, right? It activates my brain. It at the same time as I'm farming the cinders, it makes me happy to do, though. And I really have to jump out now because I might die. So you kind of want to beat it. And that has me happy, right? And that gives me fun to do this and challenge myself personally. At the same time, like, you have obviously the Harbingers coming. You can beat the Queen of the Helltide. You have the Worm, which goes, and then has minions swarming you. And it makes me happy every time he comes because, like, I find it funny that a Worm comes out of hell. Because I've been asking for this, like, since day one, that Helltide is like this. So you do Helltide over the Nightmare Dungeons. Well, the reason you do Helltide over Nightmare Dungeons is because Helltides are better. I mean, so how many elites did I just meet in the last 5 minutes? Like, it's 20 to 30. Like, this is 3 elites alone right now. Again, right, 4 or 5 more elites. And if I'm getting, like, swarmed, there's even more elites. So elites like crazy, correct? And they give experience. They give loot. Every elite can drop boss materials, boss summon materials, correct? And I'm fighting, like, hundreds of elites every 10 minutes. If I'm doing a nightmare dungeon, in a whole nightmare dungeon, I'm pushing actually through to get to the end. You might face like 10 elites to 15 tops, right? And that's bad because 10 to 15 elites is nothing. Like, no loot, no nothing. I mean, Helltides are just going crazy in that perspective, right? So yeah, the only reason to actually do currently, oh, he looked very menacing. Oh no, lightning. The only reason to do nightmare dungeons is for Glyph XP, and that's about it. Like, no other reason to touch them. Mine cage, don't forget that. No other reason to touch them. And since right now with the mine cages, and this is something I forgot to say, you have the mine cages. So with the mine cages, you higher the amount of cinders you get. So you get more cinders. You increase. Wait, it's increase, not higher. Sorry. English, not my first language. We increase the amount of cinders we get. And the threat. So this threat meter fills up faster. Faster. And we get more experience because we push it higher. And it's 925 gear. I mean, like, formerly you weren't doing the Helltides because Helltides was not giving you 925 gear. That's over. We're just getting 925 gear now. Oh, shit. I need to go to the world boss, right? Give me a second. Did I miss the world boss while I was monologuing here? Oh, I have 4 minutes. I can probably miss it again. So the only reason to go into Nightmare Dungeons is Glyph XP. But I have news for you. Are you interested, chat? Do you want to know something? There's 2 things about Nightmare Dungeons. First, Nightmare Dungeons now give Obolts. Obolts is great because you can gamble 925 gear. But they buffed the Nightmare Dungeon XP. So the Glyph XP is higher than ever. It's actually at an all-time high. It has never been this much. That's very good. Which means that you technically only want to start doing Nightmare Dungeons if, and only if, you can already do high tier ones. Because let's assume you can do a level... Let's assume you can straight up do tier 70s. Tier 70s give you 400 XP. 400 Glyph XP. A tier 100 never gave 400 Glyph XP. Okay? And 400 Glyph XP is a glyph already from level 1 to 8. So I do 2 tier 70s or 3 tier 70s, and I have 1 glyph already level 15. Like this. And the seasonal thingy gives you more Glyph XP too. Interesting, isn't it? What's the build name on Mobilytics? This is the 1-100 Sever Summoner that now transitioned into the Golem Necromancer. But you always start with the Sever Summoner. Okay? Good. Now let's check the items we get. Terrible. Season 4, though, I'm looking at the item. Life per second, maximum resource, terrible. Intelligence, poison resistance, terrible. So it's way easier right now and not so exhausting to look at an item. I see resistance, max life int, and I see that the max life is not a max roll. It's 752 out of 873. Terrible. Then you got int 90, interesting. Max life 873, pretty good. And then damage is only 30%. Well, that's a good item because it has max roll. It has 2 max rolls. It is not a greater affix, but it has 2 max rolls. And that actually makes it plenty good because I can reroll the third one to be decent. This one has int low, damage low, and therefore not interesting. 2 of the stats are low rolls. Fuck that item. Next one has int low roll, life low roll. Fuck, screw you. Overpower, intelligence, both low. Life per second, impairment reduction. Screw you. Life per second, dodge chance. Screw you. Intelligence, life, screw you. And maximum life and life, screw you too. There you go. So it's way easier to sift through items right now instead of having like to stare at them for so long to roughly understand what they're doing. Oh, that's crit chance and damage over time, which kind of doesn't fit together. It's either that, but it's a max roll on intelligence and it's a max roll almost on damage over time. And I told you we want an intelligence build that is maximum damage over time as well. So this ring is actually good. Then you got lucky hit chance and damage. Shit. Intelligence low, life low, overpower low. Just bad. 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 This is max life. That's not terrible. Full assist blood, low roll, terrible. Critical strike chance, 7.5 is okay, but in low. And then you get maximum resource and resource cost reduction, which could actually be interesting, but low B. And you already sorted through, right? Done. Do we get the aspect for 2 minions from the seasonal journey? You do get it, and you do get it on the 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. So the 2nd journey should give you the +2 aspect. I am currently going for the 4th journey, and I need 1 more scattered prism, and that should drop from the world boss. Then we can actually see together what we get from the 4th. What level did we swap the build? We started swapping the build around level 70, but the only reason we started swapping is because I got an item with a blighted aspect. So you can see right now, you deal 156% increased damage for 6 seconds after Shadow Blight key passive, damages someone. But this is already a very high rolled aspect. So I was lucky enough to actually get a very high rolled one early, and that was great. Come on, Golem, smash him. Golem, smash. Boom. Wow, he's taking barely any damage. Yesterday's world boss was going way faster. I mean, we're a bunch of lobies, right? Jeez. He was taking way more damage yesterday. I mean, we actually just melted the boss. Completely gone. Interesting. I mean, there's a bunch of Bone Spear Necros. Losers. Hey, at least we're get a fight, John. Let's be real. This is something you don't get a lot anymore in Diablo 4, that you're actually fighting the world boss, right? Because usually it's like, oh yeah, world boss done. This is only something you actually get at the start of the season, where you struggle boss. Whereas Diablo was new. I don't know if you remember the release of the game. That was where the world bosses were actually a challenge, somewhat. I was doing world boss and they all left me. Honestly, on world tier 2, I go to the world boss, I see how many people are there, I notice it's going slow, and I just leave. Because the thing is, the time it takes to kill a world boss in world tier 2 and world tier 3, in the time where the world boss is dying, you usually you already have 2 or 3 more levels done. I mean, right now the time this takes, I could get another Paragon point, maybe half a level, but I'm not missing out on much, right? So my time is invested good here. But in world tier 2, early, right? You're literally like throwing time out of the window. Oh, he's gonna get staggered. Nice. Holy. I haven't seen that often. Yeah, my golem's doing millions of damage. It's kind of nice. The problem right now is that I have a skill called Hellbent Commander, right? The biggest problem with that skill is, since I cannot control my minions, right? I cannot tell my minions to come closer. In order for Hellbent Commander to work, you have to be close to your minions so they have these glowing hands, right? So right now, my skeletons are getting 75% damage multiplier plus. Guess who's not getting the damage multiplier? Yes, my warriors and my golem. So I think this is one of the skills on the Necro that's kind of like a joke. Because why do I have to be close to my minions? I mean, I'm a Necromancer of the undead, and due to summoning my minions, I am relatively squishy. And then I'm getting a skill where I have to stand close to them for them to do more damage. Hello? Does that make sense to you? Because it seems a bit weird to me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we get the chapter 4 done. Chapter 4 is done. Do you want to see what's in the caches? would you like to see? Do the greater affixes, do the greater rifts have any specific rewards that drop on them? Yes. The materials for Masterworking. Only there. Okay, I got a new item. Life on hit 64. Wow. And an intelligence max roll. Huh. That life on hit is... I mean, life on hit ain't bad, but it's just not doing that good on Necro. I mean, I could maybe do something with life on hit for... Wait, let me go here. Let me make another tab. Let me put some potions away. I have way too many potions here. Thank you very much. Do you like Legion events this season? There's no reason to go to Legion events. I actually said that in my YouTube video, in case you missed it, and you haven't watched the YouTube video, and you should definitely watch the YouTube video. Thank you. Have I said YouTube video yet? YouTube video. Good. Now that we said this many times and planted a seed in your brain that you need to watch this, the only reason to do Legion events was a bit bonus XP, but the exquisite blood for Lord Zur. How much exquisite blood do I have? Oh, 36. Where did I get that from? Helltide. I have 36 exquisite blood from Helltides. I don't give a flying fart about Legion events anymore. In the time a Legion event happens, okay, I can kill the maiden 2 or 3 times. The blood maiden. So it's not worth it to wait for this. I mean, look at me. I have only done Helltide. I've done nothing else. I have 8 Varshans. I have 150 living steel. Multiple distilled fears, so I can do 3 to 4 beasts of ice. I can do Zur, right? I have materials coming for goddamn Duriel. Yeah. Good. Now, chapter 4 complete. Let's pick it up. Step 1, a lot of potions. And that's it. Mine caches. I can't actually pick up these obolts. No, I cannot pick. No, 300 obolts. No. I can't hold all these obolts. Okay, before I get more obolts, we need to spend some. Wait. What are we gambling, Chad? A new weapon? Boots? Okay, you know what? My chests are shit. I need a good chest piece. So let's gamble some... No, wait. Chest piece. Yeah, I need a chest piece with Golem Mastery on. So let's gamble some chests. Again, 925 gears coming out of this now. So this year that I'm rolling is 925 gear. Okay. See? 925. Amazing, isn't it? Good. Now let's open the second cache. Really? That gave me sacred items? The 4th cache gave me sacred items? I mean, sure, the 4th journey is for level 55, I think it says. No, the 3rd journey is level 55. That seems a bit sad. But hey, at least we're getting Frenzied, we're getting Golem, and we're getting Skeletal. So, again, the double-double. Then we're getting a lot of materials and boss. I mean, this is 1 Lord Zur. This is 2 Grégoires, 1 Beast of Ice, and 2 Varshans. Pretty good. So, which is the best dungeon to get strong legendary armor? Helltide. Helltide is the best dungeon. Sorry. It is what it is. Good. Intelligence, life per second, and armor. Maximum life and life per second. Maximum life and life per second. I mean, I want Golem Mastery. Let's actually throw everything into the blender. And since I have so many obolds, let's throw out another round of obolds for tunics. Again, they can all be greater affix too. Maximum life and thorns. Int, life, max life, life, int, life. Golem Mastery. And Blood Mist. Yeah, you know you do have Golem Mastery, right? Like, we can put that on, and we can view possible affixes. So we can actually get 2 ranks to Golem Mastery, correct? On the gloves, we can get up to 2 ranks of Mage Mastery. On boots, that's a good question. We can get only... okay, I didn't know this. Boots can only have Warrior Mastery. Boots cannot have anything else. Because I do have boots that have... Warrior. I have boots that have 2 ranks in Warrior Mastery and 90 intelligence, which is actually pretty good, right? Let's me trash this. So I have those boots, and they are made for walking indeed, correct? The only sadness is that they don't have a greater affix on them. But if they only can have Skeletal Warrior Mastery, what's the third thing we want on them? What would you say? So we have Int and Warrior Mastery, correct? But what's the third one? I would say Essence per second is actually really good. I mean, either movement speed or essence per second. You could go for resistance to all elements, but we kind of have that, so don't care. But yeah, essence is nice because if I get essence, I never have to worry about it, right? I can just spam. I don't think I want movement speed. Why don't I want movement speed? That's actually very simple because I get 12% movement speed here from Death Approach. And then in my Paragon board, I have a glyph called Corporal. And Corporal gives me another 10%, no, actually 1% movement speed for each active minion. And that is another 12%. So I'm already getting like a native 24% movement speed. Plus, oh, did I mention that we get another 10% when we do Darkness Guilds? So I got like a 34% movement speed increase already. Fine-ish.
I can take common, turn it.
Good. So I would say... What Lex are you using there? I'll just test it because I needed 10% resistance to all elements. So I used the Tacit of the Dawning Sky. But currently we're at 2.9. We are at 2.9. We're at 46. We're at 2.9. We're at 11.2. So I could technically put the Tacit of the Dawning Sky away. We don't need it anymore. Good. We're going to reroll this max life here. Even though I'm going to lose 1,300. That's kind of like a bummer. But we're going to reroll this into essence per second. Ladies and gentlemen, the perfect boots. It couldn't be better. This is it. This is everything. This is love. Kiss me on the lips. What? Now, the interesting thing, and I think we should try to do this. First, we're gonna mass temper now. And this is the problem, right? We want to temper this now. And we could ruin the boots. Because we have utility and we have mobility tempering. Mobility tempering is simple. We get either movement speed killing elites, or movement speed during Bloodlist. Natural motion would also be movement speed killing elite, mobility cooldown reduction, evade cooldown reduction. I think it would be better just simply going for standard movement speed. So I'm going to try to temper that now. And we're getting movement speed after killing an elite. I could keep this, and I will keep this for now. Because what we're rather going to do is check the other side. Utility tempering. We could go for lucky hit, chance to slow, but that kind of stings. We can go for thorns, but thorns is ass. We can go for thorns and barrier generation, but that's double ass. So the only thing we have is profane innovation. And the only thing we want here is corpse tendril size. Because the rest is ass. I don't want Iron Maiden. I don't want corpse explosion. I don't want Decrepify, and I don't want Curse Duration. So right now, I have my first Tempering. It's Corpse Tendril size. Thank you. That means we have 5 Tempering durability left. 5. To potentially just get movement speed. Would you say that makes sense? Technically, we could also roll Corpse Tendril size until we get 40%. But that seems plenty greedy, right? You're still stuck at the old zoom. The zoom is automatic as far as I understood. There is actually nothing you can do for the zoom. It should be automatic. Good. Now let's go back to our boots. And we wanted to do mobility tempering and then try to get this over to movement speed. Yeah, we get 12.5% movement speed. Whoa, the perfect boots, seriously. And now we can go over to Masterworking. The problem is we don't have the materials for this, right? So we can increase all affixes by 5%, which is great. That's skeletal worry. That's movement speed up, tendrils up, essence up, and intelligence up. Actually, essence not, just intelligence. And now I would say, let's do the pit so we can actually get this up to the first one. Zoom is in graphics. I'll check it out. Thank you, Cool Kiffings. On console, you change zoom on the wheel you emote on. Good to know. Graphics, cursor, font, cursor, sync, view distance, far. Standard. Yeah. Good. So I would say we're going to quickly push through the pit to like tier 15 or something. And then we should enough material to 4 times masterwork the item, and then we get the first 25% increase. You forget the obolts? Screw the obolts, Aaron. We get them from everywhere at this point. Right? I mean, obolts left, right, and center. Good. Again, I mean, this build is relatively no-brainer, right? I'm just running ahead. And you would say, hey, Pony, but you don't have any defensive skill. That's not completely true. So first and foremost, we have like damage reduction from the Decrepify, right? We can get 30% damage reduction from the Golem if we swap over to the Blood Golem. The Golem stuns, and we have this. We have the Aspect of the Void that we currently are not playing. Aspect of the Void comes on the boots, which essentially pulls everyone together. And then my Corpse Tendrils are quite big at this point, and they also pull the whole room together. Plus my Golem, when I actually use him, and this is something that people seem to forget all the time, actually just make me unstoppable. So let's say I get frozen right now. I get stunned, anything, correct? Like it's just something unfortunate happens. I walk into a pool of ice. I can use my Golem to get out of that. You don't need Blood Mist for this, because the only advantage of Blood Mist is untargetable. You were following the one-hit golem for leveling. Well, the one-hit golem does work for leveling as well, don't worry. But the Sever build is just smoother. It's not like that you made a ginormous mistake. You just went less smooth instead of more smooth. Yeah. Not my first language. Thank you. Not my first language, and I haven't slept much. Don't expect good English right now. Correct? What level are you? We're currently level 92. You can see it there, bottom left, next to the XP marker. And we spent roughly 10 hours on this character for that level. We could have been a bit faster, but we didn't do the Helltide leveling. What is the Helltide leveling? You would take 3 to 4 people, preferable 12 people. So you take 4 people, and each of you has their danger meter filled up. And the thing is, if I get my danger meter full, and then my danger meter starts depleting, I get the Hell Invasion, then my friends that are currently doing the dungeon with me also get their danger meter filled up by my invasion. Then they get invaded as my danger meter is depleted, and then my danger meter gets filled up again by their invasion. The same goes for the 3 other people that are actually spending time with you. So you're essentially having this infinity loop happening of danger meters going up and down. And if you then combine that with the events in the Helltide, aka those statues that you can do, like the Soul Sucker and the Fire Beamer, suddenly you're in this infinity loop of just completely overfilling that danger meter and just having like stupid amounts of like XP just throwing into your face. I still believe you're German. Oh, that's okay. A bit of mystery left. Also, how do you use corpse emeralds? I mean, you just point it on a corpse and then go. And boom, done. What if we have no friends? See, that's the funny part. Then you're fucked. Diablo is one of these games that for some reason is a solo ARPG. But at the same time, if you have friends, you have all the benefits and zero downsides. But if you don't have friends, you're just fucked. So, yeah. I mean, I'm in your boat. You see I'm playing alone. I don't have a team of people like hogging my booty and feeding me materials and whatsoever. No, I'm alone. Lonely. So sad and lonely. But it's fine. There's a scroll of amnesia. Since when? They gave us one again. We have lots of skeletal friends, though. I mean, there's a reason why we're playing Necromancer, right? Do Nightmare Dungeons and Greater Rifts have the same different scaling? Difficulty scaling. Nightmare Dungeons go up to enemies level 154. And that's the end then. So 154 is the highest that a Nightmare Dungeon goes up. The Pit goes higher than that. Okay, so the Pit is, end of the day, harder than Nightmare Dungeons, but Nightmare Dungeons are also not on a timer. Nightmare Dungeons are only on a survivability scale, right? You have 4 lives. So the Pit is definitely harder, and it's also meant to be harder. I mean, again, the reason why Nightmare Dungeons exist. Why do Nightmare Dungeons exist? Glyph XP. That's it. There's no other reason. Blizzard likes to give things a job. Right now, Helltide is leveling and boss materials. That's what Helltide is, right? It's the overworld activity to spend your time in. A blank overworld activity that unites everyone. Then you have Nightmare Dungeons for Glyph XP. We have the Pit as endgame content. You have the boss ladder for exciting unique grind. Even though uniques are kind of useless right now and there's no reason to do the boss ladder, but hey, that's just me. So that's what the boss ladder is there for. And what am I missing? I mean, you had Legion events to just add another overworld content, but Legion events are quite useless right now since they introduced the Blood Maiden. Then you have the Gauntlet. Yeah, you have the Gauntlet for the people that like to slam their head against the leaderboard. So that's... Sorry, almost forgot that for our leaderboard grinders, right? The Gauntlet. But the Gauntlet is not difficult content, right? The Gauntlet is literally just like how fast can I do it? You know, I need a specific set of gear and a specific build for the Gauntlet to actually perform in there. So your build that is meant for the Pit is, for example, shit in the Gauntlet. Because in the Pit, you got to go for survivability, where in the Gauntlet, you got to go for speed. That's why I would like to actually have a Pit leaderboard, because I wouldn't mind that. If there was a Pit leaderboard that would go after clearing times. So if we have a Necromancer Pit leaderboard where it says, okay, Ponyhoff has cleared tier 100 Pit in 6 minutes. That's amazing. And gets rank X for that, right? And there's someone that has cleared Pit 101, 103, 104, and so on. I would find that more interesting than the Gauntlet, because the Gauntlet, and I'm going to be harsh here, the Gauntlet doesn't require skill. By the way, did you see how much material dropped here, Chad? That's a tier 10 Pit now. Nothing special, tier 10. Every one of you can reach tier 10. But we've already been getting 24 or 30 up the side. And then the tier 20 Pit, again, gives so much more resource. So it's really worth it to actually push deeper, but you don't actually have to push that deep. Tier 50 is the deepest you will ever have to go. And now we're coming back to the Season 4 excitement. I just opened my inventory and I see these 2 items and I have a heart on. It's not splitting the table yet because I don't know if these items are triple affix or 1 affix. Correct. Again, by the way, this is the best item I found this season, Chad. Look at it. That's a triple greater affix. Intelligence, max life, critical damage. It's insane. Look at it. The problem is 901 item power, so it's kind of shit. What Endgame build are you rocking? The Golemancer. Okay, now let's check. Intelligence, maximum life. That's actually really good. Wow, Jesus Christ. That has a high roll on int and a 30% damage roll. That's a good one. Now this one has max life and that's it. So you die. No, actually, I might need this one for the overpower build. So right now I'm essentially sorting my stashes after this is the shadow stash. Shadow. That is going to be the blood stash, right? And we're going to also make a bone stash. That's the bone stash. And for this, we're going to have bone spirit, blood surge, overpower, and shadow stuff. And then you have, for example, this ring that has max life and overpower and cold resistance. The problem is this ring would be good if the max life was max life, because the overpower is 60%. That's nice. But the max life is a low roll. This one, though, has max life, resource cost reduction, which is good for blood surge. And we could re-roll the third one to actually be nice. So this one is going into the blood stash. That one is overpower and it's kind of low roll, so I don't care. You have total armor max life, you stink, and you stink anyways. So everything gets trashed. But now we can do the thing we wanted to do, Chad. We can masterwork our boots. Ah, shit, we don't have the resources yet completely. So we're going to push it up further. I think we need to go 2 deeper, and then we got this. Because I want to do the rework the 4th time. But before we do this right now, we're going to actually put the aspect of the void on. Void. And on my helmet, on my helmet, I can finally put the empower. That is aphotic. Oh, that is blood getters, where I'm getting healed by my priest and my minions are getting healed, and I'm getting the damage boost from the priest. Did you link the build? The build is in the description of the YouTube video. I'm trying to make it as easy as I can for you guys, so you don't have to search for things. Does crit work with minions? Yes, your minions crit. So your minions get 100% your stats. That means my minions are currently getting 40% critical strike chance and 400% critical strike damage. That's not a lot, but they're getting that. So I gotta push up that critical strike chance and I gotta push up that critical strike damage. Because you want your minions to at least have a 50% critical strike chance. And the critical strike damage should be higher as well, so that your golem just goes boom, boom.
I need more time.
The only thing that doesn't work correctly seems to be thorns. For some reason. And I don't know if Blizzard can explain this to me. Because there's like, yeah, Thorns still has its own tempering for minions inherit Thorns. Do I use a two-handed sword? Technically, a size is better because a size is slower than a sword and therefore has a higher base damage. And since all your minions damage multiplies off your base damage, having a higher base damage is better. Yet a sword has an intrinsic critical strike stat, which is good. On the other hand, we get life on kill, which is also good. The fun part is if we had the temerity pants. So there's a pants called temerity, which gets you barrier for overhealing. And that is actually the best pants that you can play as a necro, because the pants give you a constant barrier as you're then using your skeletal priest to boost the damage of your minions. but at the same time, you're using the Skeletal Priest to overheal consistently. That means you're consistently getting Barrier, and on every kill you're getting Barrier too, because you're healing. And that makes Temerity actually a really banger choice for Necromancer. Want to show your power and carry Duriel? Oh, Duriel is super easy. I mean, I'm literally like just eating everyone. Same goes, by the way, for tormented bosses. Necro just eats everything. Uber bosses, tormented bosses, everything. It's eaten. And I'm not even having like right now the good version of the build, right? My chest is shitty. My boots are good. My gloves are shitty. Wait, I actually have skeleton. Yeah, like I have nothing like great. Which pants are you currently rocking? Oh, this is just Tacit because I needed elemental resistance, and that's why I picked it up. I mean, the game, like, don't ask me why, Chad, but the game decided to give me already 8 Tacits of the Dawning Sky. 8, Chad, 8. Not 2, not 3. I have gotten 8 so far. Is this the build that we were running where you were hitting billions? Exactly. This is the billion damage build. I mean, look at the boss here. Poor guy. Just gets beaten. He's dead. And let's see how much material on the 13 we're getting. That is... Oh, shit. I picked up the Opticite instantly. Unlucky. You guys have Sever and you're using Blight. Why did you change? Because this is the end game build already. The Blight is for leveling. End game versus leveling. How much Opticite do we have? 14. Okay, one more. That's 16. And then we can Masterwork to the first breakpoint, where we get a 25% bonus. And that's where it gets interesting, chat. Because the problem with the 25% bonus is, and I'll show you that on max roll, so you understand. The 25% bonus is random, right? So I would like the 25% bonus to hit the essence per second. So I get more essence per second, or to hit the skeletal warrior mastery, right? But if it, for example, hits corpse tendril size, then the masterwork failed, and I would actually have to reset the masterwork and do it again, because it would make absolutely no sense to go for corpse tendril size. My corpse tendril size is at 40%, and then on your chest on like 40%, on your helmet, and it can't go over 100%. So if you're already at 100%, you're at 100%. It doesn't go higher. Like there's no tangible benefit from essentially pushing that further. And that's the hard part about Masterwork, because you can temper 12 times. You can Masterwork 12 times. And if in any of these 3 breaking points, right? In any of these 3 breaking points, it's the corpse tendril size, your Masterwork technically failed. And you technically have to redo it. It's a stinker. Since, I mean, it's a 1 out of 5, right? It's not really good odds for you. Anyone gets FPS drops from the open map or skill tree? Yes, happens every now and then. I think there was a reason for it. Like, I don't remember, but there was a it's Diablo, it's not you. So don't worry, it's Diablo, not you. What level should I go first capstone dungeon? If you're unsure when to do the first capstone dungeon, there is actually a video that explains that to you and why. But 35 is the earliest I would do it personally. You can do it earlier, but if you do the first capstone dungeon at level 35, then you can pick up and equip the sacred gear, because they changed how sacred gear and how ancestral gear works. Usually, sacred and ancestral gear is level 42 to 45, and then also level 60. That's changed now. So with level 35, as soon as you get into the world tier, you can straight up equip any piece of sacred gear. And here comes the interesting thing. If you go world tier 3 with level 35, you can go to the Obol vendor and use your obols to get a max item power set of gear as you enter the world tier. I mean, think about it. You get into world tier 3, level 35, and boom, 740 item power items. And the same goes for world tier 4, by the way. I went into world tier 4 and I instantly got myself a weapon with 850 item power. That is 25 Opticine. I think we should have enough now. That's also a pair of gloves with a greater affix. So now coming back to the Masterworking, just to give you an example. So we get these boots now, correct? Necromancer, grade. We're gonna go for runic cleats, and we have as modifiers currently essence per second, right? It's 4 essence per second. We have skeletal warrior mastery 2, and we have intelligence. So now if we masterwork this 4 times, one item can be 25% bonus. If it hits the skeletal warrior mastery, it's doing nothing, because it would only do something if you actually go up 8 ranks. 8 masterworks, then you get 1 bonus rank. If you go up 12 masterworks, you would have to hit it 3 times to actually get 2 ranks into it, right? So one time, 8 ranks. That's why it's probably better to actually hit the essence per second or the intelligence, because the intelligence really profits from this. I mean, 25% times 5 is nothing. Intelligence times 25% is nice. Movement speed times 25% is nice too. So the Masterworking has a big chance to kind of go bad. Oh, I need 5 more. Come on now. Robbery. 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 Okay. 1 more. Is Blight a Darkness skill? Yes. And Bloodless Screen can be fun. What's the skill that's a mouse click? I've been using Corpse Explosion. I get there's something that works better. No. You have to change your settings. Please, after this hit, remind me of how to set the settings here. Okay? Because you just have your settings wrongly set. There is no better or worse skill to put there. You just have to do your settings right. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and right mouse button. My left click doesn't do anything but move me. And there's actually a setting under controls where you separate, move, and interact so that you can actually just move on left mouse button. I do nothing else with this, right? Just move around. But I'll never cast the skill. Are Lobby uniques worth using while leveling? Absolutely. I mean, if you have a unique that synergizes with your skill set, use it. I, for example, got the Litless Wall. It wasn't worth using because I wasn't using Corpse Goldstorm. I get Mother's Embrace. Mother's Embrace would have been worth using if I was playing Blood Surge. Then I get the Tacit of the Dawning Sky, and I just put it on because there's 10% elemental resistance to all. I mean, that was decent. Like, I wasn't complaining. You know, I'll just take it. You're all dead. So if you have a unique that in any way synergizes with what you're planning to play, oh, go for it. That's what you get it for. But don't overstay the welcome, right? I mean, I used the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls as I didn't have a better ring yet, but I am not using the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls right now. The main reason is that I'm actually not in any capacity running a Corpse Explosion or something, so I don't need a Ring of Sacrilegious Souls because it would only be my minions and my Corpse Tendrils, and that kind of feels waste because it has a triple effect, and that triple effect should be used to the fullest or not used at all. Oh, that's gonna be... yeah, pull them all together, go in there, get the golem in, and everything's dead. And yes, this is the one-hit Golem Wanderer build currently. What we're missing is currently points in Golem Mastery. make him stronger. We're missing to activate our glyphs and to get our essence glyph up for more critical strike damage. But we're working on it. We're getting there. Is Iron Golem better than Blood? The reason to use Blood Golem is 30% damage reduction. Do I look like that I need 30% damage reduction right now? Later, we might actually use him if we are not having enough damage reduction going on. And the Abattoir of Zir, aka the Pit, tier 200, tier 150 plus is kicking my ass. Then I will consider playing the Blood Golem. But right now, the Iron Golem just hits harder consecutive. Is Ring of Mendel still a use? The Ring of Mendel is still a use, yes. I know people will tell you Ring of Mendel is not worth it, but you can literally put it on and just measure your damage and see how much better it is. The consideration is that the Ring of Mendel allows your 11 minions, 11 skeletons, to essentially launch nuclear attacks, which is kind of cool. Good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check if your Prime sub is available on Twitch, by the way, and like that stream on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's see if our masterwork succeeds. So this is all I had to do for one masterwork, okay? Now I'm going to upgrade. And that's a fail. Obviously, I'm not going to reset this straight away because that would be stupid. All my other stats are boosted too. But you could now reset the masterwork for free. You're not getting any resources back, but you would reset the masterwork. You don't have to find new boots. No, no, no. I can reset this and redo it and get a better outcome. So that's what I would do. But before I do this, I would gather the materials. Oh, wow. This is a critical strike chance max roll with a intelligence max roll. That's quite nice. Damage over time and critical strike chance max roll. That's quite good. But we need critical strike damage rolls as well. Currently, critical strike chance and intelligence. That's shadow resistance. Shadow resistance deeds nuts, sir. Useless. Good. So our gloves, or our optimal gloves, what would they have right now? Our optimal gloves would have Skeletal Mage Mastery, critical strike damage, and critical strike chance. And as you can see, these gloves can't have that. These gloves can have that too. I mean, we have critical strike chance and intelligence, which is nice. But I would need actually more damage, right? And if we're going for gloves right now, let's see, gloves. We get these, which give me max life int. Again, these are Skeletal Mage Mastery and damage over time, which is nice, but I need critical strike, not damage over time, right? Resource cost reduction would work on my blight, but that's kind of unnecessary. So we already have the Skeletal Mage Mastery, but it's useless for us. Then we get these that have critical strike chance, which is good, and Skeletal Mage Mastery in a actually Masterwork, which is Masterwork Greater Affix, which is fantastic. What we have to do now on this one would be replacing the Shadow Resistance for critical strike damage. Ta-da! So that is technically the perfect glove. If we get it tempered, right? Because the tempering on this is golem damage. Yeah. Since the main damage we're dealing is golem damage. So we're going to go for this now, and we're going to try. Skeleton mage damage? No. Because golem, again, multiplies better. Try again. Now we have summoning damage, and I could say maybe we're happy with this. Because on top of the summoning damage, we still have to get corpse tendril size, right? And maiden size is completely useless. It's not only like a little bit useless, it's a complete dud, essentially, right? It doesn't do anything for us. Corpse tendril size, fantastic. How do you plan to max out resistance? I already have resistance maxed out. I have 1,100 intelligence, increases resistance to all elements by 28.1%. Then I have resistance to all elements gems in, and they're not even, they're flawless. They're not royals. Okay. So now, what would you say, Chad? With the last 2 temperings, should we try to get golem damage? Or should we be happy with the summoning damage? I do believe there's only one answer to that question, correct? I actually mean the yellow skill in your bars. I'm using Corpse Explosion instead. Well, this skill is called Decrepify, and you will need it in the long run because Decrepify is 20% damage reduction. And you will need this to stay alive. Summoning damage and the final tempering, chat. And if this fails now and is skeletal mage damage, then technically the item is ruined. Technically. Woo! Woo! Bum, 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 bum. No survivors. Good. The best part about this glove now, compared to the boots, is that there's technically no bad masterwork. Okay? Listen. There's no bad masterwork because critical strike chance, critical strike damage, mage mastery, and golem damage can get masterworked. Okay? All of them could get the 25%. Should we try? Should we try this, guys? Do you want to see if we can get the item? Digital, the only reason I swapped early to the golem with blind was because I found the blighted aspect. If you don't have the blighted aspect, it makes no sense to swap over to blind because you're also swapping to the blight key passive then. Change the aspect? Which aspect do we have on it right now? Oh yeah, we have to change the aspect. That's okay, we're just losing the frenzied right now. So our crit chance went just up to 60% with these gloves. That's kind of nice, right? So now we're sitting at a 60% crit chance, which is quite good. Now we just need to get rings with crit chance and crit damage, and then we're cooking. But you notice how exciting it is to make good items now. This is something we didn't have in the last season. Correct, chat? This is something that I think is making Diablo more exciting now because the whole process was random. It was random, but it was also very fun, right? The tempering, like you know, getting the right temperings and then getting the thing. Like, it was fun. Like, I made this item. This is my baby now, correct? I put the effort in and the sweat and the work, boom, to get exploded, to actually create this. And personally, I do find that appealing and fun, and that's what makes the season for me. Golem in. Thank you. And we obviously just made the build stronger. We're not going for skeleton mage damage again. But still, 3 more ranks in skeleton mages. That's another 60% multiplier on them, I think. No, not 60. It's a 45% multiplier on mages. I mean, your mages do just 45% multiplicative more damage. Why not? I mean, seriously, it's like a big why not? It's a free aspect. It doesn't hurt me to have on my equipment. Right? It's good to have on. Because we're anyways having the mages. The mages are anyways doing damage. And the fun part is these gloves I can use for any build now. So these gloves are also for a bone summoner. Perfect. But if we compare this now to the old upgrading gear. So how was the old upgrading gear? I pressed 5 times the upgrade gear button. Correct? That's it. I took the item. I pressed the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, done. I found a new item. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, done. I mean, sure, I maxed them out every single time, so kind of cool, but I mean, compare this to the fun I had now with the tempering. And even if I failed on that golem thingy, right? I mean, like, it would have been annoying to fail the golem thingy, but the mage damage would have still been good, or the summoning damage. So whatever outcome I get there, it wouldn't have been ruinous for my build. My build would have still worked, right? It would have been okay. But like this, it was like a Hail Mary moment. So why are we using Decrepify again, too? It's also to give you cooldown reduction. You could kill this guy. How much am I getting? So right now, this is tier 22, and we're getting 30 plus Opticine. Still not a lot, but also 100 obols, which is kind of nice. So yeah, sorry. I wanted to talk about controls. So you need to go into options, controls, and then combine the move, interact, basic skill. You need to mark that off because then your basic skill button can be 5. Your core skill is right click, 1, 2, 3, 4. And move and interact is left click. That means that with left click, I move and interact, right? Number 5 is my basic skill. And with right click, I can still right click. Masterwork. I'm so excited for this. I'm so excited for this item getting masterworked. I didn't expect to already do the masterworking this early. Chat, I'm excited. I hope you're excited too. And now to iterate further on this season. This is with one character, correct? So with one character, you're learning the tempering, the masterworking, the fun, the pit. Now let's say you're getting bored of your character. I mean, at least to get to this level right now, I've put in 11 hours. Okay, this is me, 11 hours, but I'm kind of like a bit rushing. I'm a bit harsh, you know, I'm not taking breaks. I'm going crazy. So to reach the point of actually starting to masterwork, starting to temper, like doing these things, 11 hours, roughly, right? Maybe 15, maybe 20 for you if you're going a bit slower and you don't know what you're doing and you die a bit more often and stuff like that, correct? Still, though, that's for one character, so time investment, correct? Not even maxed out, nothing. And I haven't even done a single tormented boss, stuff like that. But if you now, after 20, 30 hours with one character, get bored, you could get another character, and it would actually be exciting because you have the inventory space, first and foremost, because your stash is not clocked anymore. But at the same time, you would have to learn the temperings, learn the masterworkings, what's good, what items can actually do what, where's mana per second, where's the masteries again, and so on. And I think that's exciting. Like, this season is probably the first season where I'm going to make a rogue 2, where I'm going to have a sword, where I'm going to have a druid. So where I essentially will create builds for all the classes because there is enough content for it. Correct? That's how I'm looking at season 4. That's why I'm excited. And it's good because, you know, I'm a content creator. I make a living with this right now. I mean, not with Diablo alone, right? I do other games as well. But we're making currently a living with Diablo too. So having a season that actually has me excited for many reasons is quite decent, because else I would be hating myself in 2 weeks. And it's no fun to hate yourself, you know? It's better if you actually enjoy yourself. My dude is already 94. Hey, I'm slow. There's creators that are like way higher. I'm not sure if I'm the only necro that's so high though. I mean, I do personally hope you're enjoying this season too, but I can also understand if this is not enough for you, right? If you're salty about no seasonal theme, because I'm still salty about that as well. But due to all the factors, right? Due to the fun you can have even without a seasonal mechanic, as of right now, I'm kind of like, okay, this is like the one season where I will forgive them for no seasonal mechanic, because they essentially saved the game. Right? I mean, they saved Diablo 4 with what they did. Because season 3 wasn't doing well. I mean, it was doing okay. Like, right? I still have fun, but wasn't doing well. So I guess I can forgive them this one time. But not another time. We're not doing this again, Blizzard. Okay, so this is your one-time grace period thingy for mucking things up. We're not getting 2 times grace period thingies. Next time we're gonna riot. For sure. My minions start dying slowly because we're doing like harder and harder pits. Can't go through that poison. It's a bit of a nuisance. Using the Sever leveling is quite fun. Yeah, that's because Sever is the most aesthetically pleasing skill in the game. Chad. Can you upgrade your gear as before at the blacksmith? No, we're masterworking right now. So again, you temper and you masterwork. We have whole videos about that on the channel. If you really don't know anything about tempering and masterworking, that's okay. No shame on you. We have whole videos for that on the channel that you can check out if you feel like. But that's what we're doing right now. This is why we're in the pit. We're not for fun in the pit. I mean, right? Saved is a strong word. Now, I would say this is really Diablo 2.0. This is the second release of the game officially. And now we just gotta keep steering the boat in the right direction. So this is masterworking. And masterworking is the new upgrading. Again, you have 12 masterwork ranks. And every 4th rank, one stat is 25% increased. And now if we're looking at my stats, which one do we want 25% increased? Which one do we want 25% increased? Critical strike damage or golem damage? Definitely not corpse tendril size. Fuck you, corpse tendril size. Sorry. Didn't want to yell. Critical strike damage, golem damage, and that's it. It's corpse tendril size. We're going to be kicking the PC. Okay. How would I increase survivability now? That's actually very simple. I would kick this pants out. This piece. I would kick this piece of pants out. I don't have another piece of pants though. That's my problem. I mean, I would probably play Temerity. In max life. Let me roll pans, Wayne. Let me just roll pans for a second. Good. We got intelligence. Reap. Wow, you're terrible. Okay, wait, let me quickly check. Useless. 4 essence per second. Let's crit. That was the glove we kill. That is max life and in, but low roll. Bad. 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 Okay, everything goes down. Give me a second. Let's roll some more pans. Maybe we get a better piece of pans here. Whoop. Whippity whoop. 200. None. We would take a piece of pans. Just take these for a second. And what we would do is we would play Hardened Bones. Aspect of the Hardened Bones gives a 23% damage reduction to me and the minions. And one thing that I'm not entirely sure about is if I am and the minions are getting 25% damage reduction, but my minions are getting 100% of my stats, shouldn't the minions be getting 46% damage reduction? Or am I misunderstanding things? The same goes, by the way, for Inspiring Leader, because this one says, while you're healthy, you gain 12% increased critical strike chance and your minions gain 18%. But if I'm gaining 12% and my minions are getting 100% of my stats, I mean, my minions should be getting 30% then. Or Blizzard is fucking stupid. Sorry, Blizzard. No offense. Don't mean to hurt with my words. Just asking questions that I would like to have answered. And we could take these pens, by the way, and these pens could get Skeletal Mage Mastery as well. Because you don't want life per second. Life per second is kind of like a stinker, correct? So what we would want to have is we want to take this item and we would roll until we get something interesting, aka Skeletal Mage Mastery. Whoop whoop. Now, one thing that we actually didn't put down in any way yet, because we haven't done this yet, and it would also increase our survivability, is rubies. I can't make royal rubies yet. I can make flawless rubies. Fine. And that would be ruby, 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 ruby. Actually, I made a bit too many rubies here. So that increases my life total another 66%, correct? Cool. And now we could also, because we haven't done this yet, temper this item with a defensive tempering. And I would go for the, I would like to hit total armor. No, not maximum life. Thank you. I would like to hit total armor. Thank you very much. So that brings my armor up. And with the utility tempering, I would go for, you guessed right, corpse tendril size, because nothing else makes sense. Thank you very much. Good talk, good talk. So, and the only thing I would now have to change is I would now have to put another... point into armor there. 2, just get a little bit more armor because we need to be at the armor cap. But I could also just give a socket to this item. And then put another flawless diamond in. Ta-da! Done. And yes, I'm missing like 1,000 armor currently, so that's a bit of an unlucky. But I could, like, the only way I could get the 1,000 armor was probably if I take the helmet. And I could just re-roll the life per second into armor. If you then would do that for me, please. 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 Thank you. Ta-da. Done. Cool. So now we're officially fully ready to not in any way get stopped. And we wanted to dive quickly deeper into the pit. What's in your ring right now? We currently have intelligence, high roll, critical strike chance, and damage over time. The damage over time actually has to go away. Whereas this one has maximum life, vulnerable damage, and resistance to all elements. And we essentially just have him because he has resistance to all elements. This is why I also don't put stats on all my guides, because it's useless for you if I put all my stats there, since you often have to go with the flow. I mean, sure, there is optimal decisions, like I would like to have critical strike chance and critical strike damage, but realistically you're more often than not going to be taking an inferior item just to compensate for what's missing. But no worries though, I will update the guides with every single aspect at point X. And right now I'm awake for I'm awake for over 24 hours because of the Diablo 4 release. So excuse me if I don't have everything perfectly updated. You know, we streamed yesterday since release. Essentially, we've been streaming more or less with a tiny break in between. We made another YouTube video. Hi, name's Ponyhoff. Do this for a living. Nice to meet you all. If you're new to this channel, pleasure. Don't forget to subscribe right now. Thank you. Why not int on every item solves the rest problems? It does solve the rest problems to a degree, but 1000 int is only 30 all rest. So int does give you all rest, yes, but int doesn't give you unlimited all rest. If I now would masterwork every single item, then that problem would be solved, correct? But we're not there yet, right? I cannot masterwork every item because, as you see, I need to actually go into the pit quite a lot of times to kind of even masterwork an item 4 times. And that is assuming that I don't break the item, because I might actually hit the wrong masterworks and then I have to remasterwork the item. So you're like just getting enough int to make up for all your elemental resistance is not just a just. You completed the seasonal journey and you still don't have the +2 aspect. Well, then you just have to find it in the open world. I mean, that's where it's also just waiting for you. By the way, they actually made the pit easier for the people that were struggling or are scared of the pit, guys, because it's a 15-minute timer now. It used to be a 10-minute timer, which actually turned out to be clutch at times. And I think they just did this to make it easier. What can I say? But hey, well, who am I to complain? If it's more fun for people, then may it be as it is. I mean, I'm not gatekeeping content from anyone. It will get hard enough at some point for the people that want it hard, because it gets really hard at the end. What do you think about Minion Necro with Bone Prison? What would you use the Bone Prison for? I mean, Bone Prison is an inherently useless skill because Bone Prison provides minimal cooldown reduction or vulnerable or a bit of essence. None of the things that you actually need. Bone Prison can technically keep enemies away from you, but that's a technically because some enemies just phase out of it, jump out of it, go over it, ignore it, just break it with one hit. So again, Bone Prison useless. So yeah, I mean, Bone Prison is in theory an interesting skill, but in practicality it's completely useless. Sure, you could use Bone Prison together with Plunging Darkness to pull things in, and then Defile Ground to do the Void super pull together. And if you then add Breaking Bones, there's actually an option to kind of lucky hit some things. But if you do all of that, you have to invest so many aspects into one superfluous skill who doesn't actually do much, just to, well, do what I just said, and Corpse Tendrils actually does it better. So yeah, I just, like, you know, the only reason Bone Prison was ever used was because Bone Prison had a lucky hit chance bug multiplier. And that was the only reason why people were using Bone Prison. No one ever said, oh yeah, Bone Prison hard on. Like, wow, Bone Prison's so good. Bone Prison. So kind of that, you know? Bone Prison gets vulnerable. Yeah, but I get vulnerable over my Golem slamming down. I get vulnerable over my Corpse Tendrils. And if I wanted to, I could just simply put on a Cursed Touch. And a Cursed Touch has a 40% chance to make things vulnerable with a lucky hit. And if things get vulnerable, they're also Vampiric Curse. And if I then use a Macabre skill, guess what? We're doing like a Macabre skill explosion too. So again, why would I ever use Bone Prison? It just like comes down to the same thing over and over again. And the dude is dead. Fantastic. Give me the materials. Can we get items from the season joint on every char? No, one char. One char. Philly, thank you for the 25 months of support. Philly, appreciation. The game is a bit cheesy at the moment. Well, that's because the game is for goddamn casuals and their casual friends and your casual gamer dads in front of the casual gamer mom PCs. It's the casual game. I mean, Diablo's not hard. Diablo has now a bit harder content, and that's about it. But the game is and stays the absolute dream of casual ARPG players. And that's intended. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, the final masterwork on the glove. If I press this button now, one of these stats will increase by 25%. And it's going to be corpse tendril size, and we're all going to be like... And then I'm going to be very sad, and the only way to soothe this pain is by you using your Prime Gaming subscription. Thank you very much. Let's see what happens. That's good. Because that's critical strike damage 25% increase, correct? Very nice. Cool. So our glove now has the first one done, and now I can do this 8 more times. So there's 2 more 25% chances. This is a very good piece of glove right now. But in order to masterwork this further now, I need Ingolith. And in order to get Ingolith, I need to dive deeper into the pit. Because right now, I'm only getting Opticide. So currently, I'm at tier 31. Tier 31 would start gaining me Ingolith. But I would obviously not upgrade this item further. What would I do? I would take my Ingolith and I would go to the Alchemist. And we would turn Ingolith into Opticide. Because we obviously want to rather 4 times masterwork the beginning items before we go for 8 times masterwork, right? Good. Now that we have done this part of how the game actually plays, I would say let's go and do some more Helltide. Before I do a Helltide, I was leveling up my golem. Yeah, because we don't have this one activated. See, that is something we could think about. Because we currently are missing another 25% multiplier on our golem. Because golem is actually pretty nasty. Problem is, I can't get this one activated. That is 5. Yeah, I need this on 25 to get this one activated, to get another 25% damage on our golem. Because that's what the golem is missing right now, 25% damage. No corpse explosion. No, this build doesn't need corpse explosion. It doesn't add to the damage. Uji, thank you for the 2 months of support. Uji, freaking fantastic to have you there. Congrats on avoiding corpse tendrils. I mean, they're hard to avoid. They're everywhere. But now we're looking at 40% critical strike chance with 400% critical strike damage due to our gloves. With then the multiplier of 22% from the corpse tendrils. And now since I boosted my survivability and everything, we're going to be summoning the lady solo. Because technically, with the level that we have achieved, it should be rather simple to overcome. Right? I mean, we're fully fire resistance, we're fully life resistance, we have the damage reductioning, right? We are fortified, but fortified damage reduces as well, because if we produce corpses, we fortify. Everything is good, technically. Beaver, thank you very much for the Prime support. Appreciation. Happy to have you with us. And the reason why we don't have corpse explosion is, to come back to corpse explosion, that it doesn't add anything to the build. I mean, right now, my minions are doing the damage, okay? I am doing almost no damage, which is not completely true. My damage is only there to stack up Shadow, to then get the Shadow Blight stacks. And if I get the Shadow Blight stacks, I will essentially be getting a 200% damage boost, okay? That's the, oh god, my golem is just tearing her a new one. So that's the plan. And I'm there to consume corpses, to stack up 5 corpses, because if I stack up 5 corpses, we get a 40% damage multiplier, right? So stacking up 5 corpses, you get the 40% damage multiplier. Boom, there's 4 corpses, there's 5 corpses. Now that's 40% bonus damage. And then again, doing the shadow damage with the shadow mages, with the shadow myself, to stack this up 10 times. You can see the stacks. And then we're getting the bonus damage. And then we're gonna obviously with that reduce our cooldowns, trigger the golem, get the army of the dead, because army of the dead gives us another 200% damage multiplier, and then she dies. And the whole thing is that corpse explosion wouldn't just add anything to this, right? What level did you change to golem? I had golem the whole time with me, always. That was so simple that we should do it again. And now see, this is like the best farm you could go for, since I can simply kill her without risking death. And at the same time, I could activate the brain to actually get even more, XP, because every monster is 10 levels higher, correct? Every monster is 10 levels higher, I get more XP. I activate the Elixir of Holy Bolts. The Elixir of Holy Bolts shoots actually, well, these bolts out whenever something dies, which works good against everyone. And while we're doing this, we are actually also upgrading our threat meter. Every one of us, right, that is here right now. And with that upgraded threat meter, we will summon even more minions and get even more experience. You want a bone spear minion with Litless Wall? You can do that. It's kind of useless, because if you're not sacrificing minions, then the Litless Wall is actually not making as many bone storms. Because the Litless Wall is making more bone storms the more sacrifices you have. But if you're playing it with minions, you have only one sacrifice, which is the golem. Yeah, she's just chunking down. It's interesting how a few item changes, what for an influence they can have on your overall damage output, right? And do you see like my Army of the Dead cooldown going very low? That has a lot to do as well with the Reapers, because I am actually using the Reapers currently with their wind-up attack to get us bonus cooldown reduction. Quite a nice thing. Boom. Golem came in and killed her. So, and more loot, and on you go. So, like, I could do this now for the next 30 minutes, as long as there's like decent people that are helping me. I have the hearts, and every kill of her, chat, is giving me exquisite blood. And I have a chance to get steel. I mean, I have over 150 steel. And there could be distilled fear dropping. So right now, I'm getting insane XP. I'm getting 925 items. All of these items could be greater affix items. And while I'm doing this, like while I'm getting leveled up, while I'm getting boss materials, while I'm killing her, right? I just get a Litless Wall. I have a 925 Litless Wall. Chat, look at this. What is this? Where's this coming from? Yeah, I just picked this up. Boom. From her. From the girl. So, uniques, legendaries, boss materials, XP, friends, fun, challenge, because, well, challenge, you gotta look out that you don't actually die. And you make the whole thing harder with your stupid brains. That's season 4. And I think that's pretty good. Again, if this is not to your liking, then don't play this season. Because this is season 4. but I kind of like it. Especially, I know I'm doing this with a Necro right now, correct? But I can do this with a sword, and I can do this with a druid. I can do this with whatever. And the best part is, if I already have one character who's really deep in the pit, okay? So if I have one character who's extremely deep in the pit, like my Necromancer, then I can essentially have all my other characters profit from this, because the material is shared, right? The Ingolus, the Opticide, and all that kind of stuff is shared between everyone, which means that I'll just be able to get my other characters when they then actually reach level 90 plus. They can instantly then masterwork all their gear without actually diving deep into the pit. And then I can just dive into the pit even easier than ever before, which is actually kind of cool in my eyes. I hope I can get you excited for the season, chat. I'm not selling you anything, by the way, because we've all bought the game already. I'm just trying to sell you a good time. That's it. Sorry, chat. You can't buy any products here. Like I don't have a course. I'm not selling vacuum cleaners or anything. Just handing out good vibes. Apologies. Well, that's a greater affix item. Is it possible to get Golem Mastery on gloves? Golem Mastery is on chest armor, and I think it actually is possible also on amulet, but I haven't actually checked on amulet yet. But we can do that in a sec. That's a double exquisite. Ah! That's double exquisite blood again. Let's go and quickly check on if amulet could have it too, because I don't remember. I'm not just saying this, but seriously, the season and the game now is fire. If you're a fan of Diablo, if you like Diablo 4, this should be fire for you. Good. Where is the... Let's check. So Golem Mastery on chest is fixed. That's a 100%. And on amulet, you can get Golem Fueled by Death, Tides, Evosion, Gloom. No, you can't get it on the amulet. Interesting. I thought you could. So on the chest, it's set. That's it. Then you can get it on the chest alone. So chest is Golem Mastery, right? Helmet is only Skeletal Warriors, actually. On the rings, you can't get... No, you can't get that too. So literally, yeah, only on the chest. On Mobalytics, it's still possible to add it on gloves. Don't listen to Mobalytics. Mobalytics is... I like the website. I like their tool. But they're sometimes a bit slow with the updates. I mean, they're only people, right? They're only that many people. So sometimes it takes a while to get updated. Resource cost reduction, nah. That's what it is. Okay, dagger. Overpower damage and maximum life and in. Wow, that's a good dagger. My second overpower dagger, actually. That's quite strong with greater affixes right now. Pans. What we could do right now is, Chan. We could go and kill Lord Zur to actually get my temerity pants. Should we try to nuke him? Two times? Because that's what will make the build tanky, that we don't die. Krapuzin, thank you for the 89 centuries. Clack, thank you for the 4 months. Tears, thank you for your subscription as well. Greetings to everyone. And if you're asking if I'm tired, a little bit. A little bit. But I kind of like... I don't know if you have ever been up for 24 hours. I assume every person that is at least 30 years old has been up for 24 hours in a row. Like, at some point, you reach this phase where you just skip being tired. You know, you're like awake, tired, and then you just skip over it and you're just good. And then it's a problem for future Ponyhof, right? Future Ponyhof is gonna be trash tomorrow. But right now, I'm cool. Like I just need good food later. Very good food. If I don't sleep, I will be with blood pressure low and dying. Yeah, that's not good. It's not good. Go to sleep. I'll be having to take like a long walk with the dog later. Which food? I have 2 burger patties. So like I'm making a very special food in my diet currently. It's 2 burger patties, lean burger patties. In a wrap, a whole grain wrap, together with cucumber slices, a low calorie sauce, and how are they called again? The fries that are made out of the different potatoes. And you put that all in a wrap together and wrap it up, and it's like a burger tasty sweet potatoes. Oh yeah, sweet potatoes. Okay, potatoes. So, and you put that all together in a wrap and fold it, and then it's like super tasty. No, I mean sweet potatoes. The fries that are different. My question is, could I kill Lord Zur? Special Zur? Probably. I need sticky and stones for that. I wonder why I don't have sticky and stones yet. I'm pretty sure I could kill Tormented Zur. Oop. Oop. And he has 1 unique I need. The question is it worth it to really kill Lord Zur now? Because think about it, Chad. If I do Tormented Zur for the item that I want, correct? Helltide, thank you for the 43 months of support. Helltide, good welcome there. If we do Tormented Zur, we get 5 times the loot for 3 times the material. Might be worth it, right? Is temporary summoner damage not always worse than specialized golem or skeletal mages? Yes. But worse is relative, because if you temper summoner damage, you actually buff your mages and your golem. Whereas if you buff golem damage, you only buff your golem. Oh, come on. Stop giving me boots. There are non-minion build for Necros, finally playing the class this season. There is multiple non-minion builds, I mean, from Bone Spear to Shadow to Blood. But minions are just so strong this season that you would be doing a ginormous mistake not playing minions. You would not be doing yourself a favor. Essentially. I mean, it's up to you. You're an adult. You're grown up. You can do what you want to do. Correct? It just makes no sense. By the way, we should be doing Lord Zero with the community right now because that hires our chances to get the item we're looking for. Since you can actually trade uniques. Right, Chad? I mean, I'm doing this dude right now alone, which is a mistake because we should do this as the community together and to have a better chance. I mean, if I drop another litless wall, I essentially have a litless wall for the community because I don't need it. Oh, wow. That's 2 uniques from 1 dude? Yikes. Getting like a deathless visage here. Weird. And actually a good roll deathless visage as well. Are you using Even Piercer? No. I don't have Even Piercer yet. Oh, that's back. And that's back too. Really useful. What build are you playing? Oh, this is the Endgame Ghoul already. Would it be much worth if I play Corpse Explosion instead of Army of the Dead in your current build? Yes. Yes. It will not be only much worth. It would be literally horrible to do that.
Another score to settle.
And I'm not exaggerating. It would just simply be terrible. Times 10. I mean, I did play Corpse Explosion instead of... I did play Corpse Explosion instead of... Decrepify for the longest time. But at this point, Decrepify is just aiding us more than Corpse Explosion. Right? Was the most OP class this season? Necromancer, number 1. When did you switch over to Golem? I had the Golem the whole time. I never not had the Golem. I mean, from level 25 on, obviously. You just gotta get used to not using Corpse Explosion every build. I mean, Corpse Explosion is a great skill, and I love Corpse Explosion, don't get me wrong. Like, we all love Corpse Explosion. It's brilliant. But you really gotta get used to the point where Corpse Explosion is not your answer to everything. Corpse Explosion is like really cool and really nice to have. But there's also specific Corpse Explosion builds, and you only have that many skills. I mean, the stupid thing is that Golem is still a skill. Golem should not be a skill. Like, I mean, this is the most laughable thing in the game currently. That every other class has cool passives. And you as the Necromancer, your passive takes away a skill slot. I mean, sure, I get a Golem, but it takes away a complete skill slot. Hello? Uncool? Rough? And yes, we have like greater affixed helmets already. By the way, that reminds me of we have to look beautiful. So I'm going to be taking the helmet, the chest, the gloves, the pants, the boots. And yes, chat, I spent money on the game. We bought ourselves the set. Because I like that one. Howdy, Zero Noodles. How are you doing? Do you think Poopmancer is going to work? Oh, Poopmancer is definitely going to work. What is Poopmancer, guys? Poopmancer is the Necromancer that's using Blood Wave, and you're going to infinitely reset Blood Wave to overwhelm your opponents. But not only are you going to be resetting Blood Wave, the cool thing is that there's a tempering now for Desecrated Ground. Yep, there's a Desecrated Ground tempering, which increases Desecrated Ground damage, and I think it's by 200%. So you can, or 250%. So you can actually increase Desecrated Ground damage by another like 500% or something like that. It's really intense for some reason. Like, they decided that Desecrated Ground can go crazy. The only problem is that like there's something seriously weird going on with the calculations of Blood Wave. So Poopmancer can work, but Blood Wave is kind of like calculating weird at times. That can be tricky occasionally. What level to start Nightmare Dungeon Glyph leveling, and what level I can expect to have them on 21? I did start around level 75 as I could do tier 40 plus dungeons. I would not do a single Nightmare Dungeon under tier 41. If you cannot do a tier 41 Nightmare Dungeon, don't do Nightmare Dungeons. Why? Why? Because a tier 41 Nightmare Dungeon actually gives you 925 gear. Why would I ever do a Nightmare Dungeon that does not give me 925 gear? That makes no sense, correct? So as soon as you can get 925 gear from Nightmare Dungeons, then they're worth to do. Because then you have the Glyph XP plus the potential for good loot. Okay. And we'll definitely be making the Poopmancer build, but as always, right now we're going to get level 100. Then we're going to dive deeper into the pit with this build. So right now, level 100, get this Golemancer working, okay? Then we're going to be, then we're going to push deeper into the pit, and then we're going to start rotating different builds in. I essentially have to find the equipment first to actually do the other builds, because if I'm going to do a build, I already want to present it to you in a good way, right?
I'm
Me just burning through my potions like there is no tomorrow. While I have a skeletal priest healing me as well. Da, 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 mamma mia, mamma mia. Scary. Oh, I don't have a cache running. Was those a corpus explosion? Where are you getting the essence regen from? Well, so you can get essence regen by, I mean, you have passive essence regen. I'm getting essence regen for consuming corpses with the Ray Skeletons that consumes corpses as well. But the actual essence you're getting from items with essence per second. So my helmet has essence per second and my boots have essence per second. That means that I'm essentially creating 12 essence per second currently. Just like that. So we are making essence per second, just left, right, and center. It's like easier than ever. And worst case scenario, I'll just not do a skill for a bit. That's it. Level 50, but you seem to be squishy. Well, are you playing with or without minions? That's a very important question. To the squishiness, because your squishiness kind of like is determined by if you're playing minions or not. Oh, that Balrog almost pooped on me. Rude. Is necrotic carapace bugged? No, necrotic carapace is finally working again. It used to be bugged and you used to not be able to make corpses or get the fortify. Now you're actually getting the fortify. So if your minions are making corpses or if you're making corpses, then you're actually getting fortified. I mean, my whole fortify that I'm getting here right now is solely being made by necrotic carapace. What season 2? Is there any reason I should return to the game? Anything new? I mean, like, a lot? Sir. The main reason is the game's for free. I might give it a go. Check it out if you like. The only thing you're losing is time. You're level 36, should you use Blight? Nope. There is a whole Sever Summoner build for you that actually does have a YouTube video as well that explains it, you know? So there's these build guides in the internet, right? Build guides in the internet. But they usually are accompanied by a video. So if you don't understand the build guide, then there's the video that gives the bonus explanation. Free? I mean, every update is for free. As long as you own Diablo, you never have to pay a cent ever again. Unless you're weird and you buy yourself cool skins because you want to look sexy. I mean, sexy is, like, questionable, though, but... Right? With free, I'm simply referring to if you own the game already, like, the only thing you're losing is time. Correct? Not as sexy as in Stellar Blade. I mean, for Stellar Blade, we also paid the premium edition to put on the extra cute outfit. Come on now. Season update is free. Yeah, I like to say you're essentially not losing anything. If you have bought Diablo, you bought a game that will get better over the years. Without you ever having to put another cent in. Unless there's an expansion coming that you might have to buy. That will come. That you might then have to buy. I feel like nothing will save Diablo at this point. I mean, like, everyone is playing Diablo right now. And it's literally having, like, thousands and 100,000s of people checking it out again. I mean, like, Diablo is literally, like, doing better than ever at the current point. I'm 61 and forcing yourself to keep going. I have an advice for you. Stop right now and just leave. You know? Why are you forcing yourself to play a game? And you might have to understand that Diablo 4 is not a game for you. I know this is harsh reality because you might be a fan of the genre, but just stop and find other games. You know? Sorry. Oh. How's the new season for you? Oh, brilliant. I'm enjoying it tremendously. I mean, I've literally not slept. Chat, I've not slept because I've been having fun. But yes, I think the new season is brilliant and it's a very good step for Diablo. And if I think about future seasons, I mean, like, future seasons at this point have everything season 4 has and more. So everything we have right now, including the gauntlet, the pit, the tormented bosses, the masterworking, the tempering, plus a seasonal mechanic, plus new tempering recipes, because that's the thing right now. We have a baseline of tempering recipes. We have a baseline of tempering recipes, and we can get unlimited more, right? Every season can add more tempering recipes, different tempering recipes. I mean, we've been asking, for example, for our skeleton mages, they're kind of like stupid. Why can I have not skeleton mages that are throwing bombs, for example? Well, tempering recipes, correct? Why can I not have 2 golems? Tempering recipes. Why can I not have 24 skeletons? Tempering recipes. That's the thing, right? We essentially just started with an absolute baseline, new system into the game, but we'll get further seasons, further updates, further madness, which could elevate the game even further. So this is essentially base 1 of like many bases that will be touched. Right? Is Rogue fun this season? Rogue is currently going for a more distance theme. So if you want to play Rogue, you can actually play piercing shot, barrage, you can play puncture. So you can go for the more distance related Rogue if you're interested in that. Which I like a lot personally, because I dislike playing Rogue as a Rogue. I'm more interested in playing Rogue as a hunter personally. So yeah, that's an option you have this season. It's kind of cool. Oh, I'm getting Helltide hunted, invasioned, and I'm totally costing everyone this fine because I'm not going away. Still grinding till now? No, I had a break in between. I'm not, you know, don't worry. I took a break. I woke up my children. I dressed them up. I brought them to kindergarten. I walked a bit outside. I kissed the wife, looked at her booty, definitely 100%. I won't deny that. And then I went back to play more Diablo. But I didn't play like the whole time, okay? I'm a reasonable human being. I needed to stretch a bit. I needed to walk a bit. I needed to, like, I'm old, you know? I'm not 20 anymore. I cannot sustain myself on energy drinks and air and I don't know, like whatever, peanuts. I need to eat real food, breakfast. Lie down for 5 minutes, you know. Oh, that's unique gloves. No, they're actually, I got scammed. I thought that's unique gloves that are masterworked, but it's just still unique gloves, so I guess that's actually a good thing. Okay, these dudes seem to be competent, so we're just gonna summon the thing again. We get masterwork boots with maximum life and corpse tendrils. Hydrate yourself, don't worry. This is 2 liters water. I am always hydrated. Hydration homies in the chat. This is the moment where you found a bunch of good randoms to hang out with that help you to like just get the levels under your belt. My friend who married looks like 60-year-old. She looked 28. I have no clue about your age. She's 35, but I'm trying to work out regularly because I have one rule. I need to be able to carry everyone in the family. That's the golden rule, chat, right? You're gonna be able to carry everyone. Because reasons, why not? Might it be tiny children, the waifu, or all three together? So you're gonna be always worked out enough for that. You think Infinimist minions can be a thing? Absolutely. My end of the day, my pit build was actually cutting blight out and putting in the blood mist, so you're not having a core skill anymore. You're essentially living in blight while your minions are doing the damage, and then I'm living in blight. You're living in the blood mist and you're just blood misting around. The only problem is that it's kind of like boring to play that. Okay? It keeps you safe and you can't take any damage anymore in the pit and you're essentially invulnerable, but it's boring, and I prefer my temerity version. What is the temerity version? Again, the temerity version is using the temerity pants to give you a barrier on overhealing that also keeps you alive in the hardest pit content. And since they changed the armor system now, because don't forget, chat, they changed the armor system. They made armor more convenient for us. We should be surviving even better in the endgame pit, technically, because it's always technically with Blizzard. I mean, they could literally, oh wow, they could literally overwork the whole system of like resistances, and resistances would still feel broken, right? Almost like what they did. Okay, where's the box? Open the box. Okay.
I need time to do that.
Nicholas, thank you for the 3 months of Prime. Good to see you there. Also, the build we're playing is good for beginners. Yes, I mean, we started from level 1 with the Sever Summoner, and then we transitioned later around level 70 into the one-hit golem, which is a natural transition. I mean, you essentially just take Sever out and put Blight in, and that's about it. So it's not like that you have to do like crazy stuff to actually make this possible. You just do minimal stuff to make this possible.
I need more time.
I think the wife is back home again. Holy. More shopping trip. Good. While they're doing her, I'm doing like this thingy here for bonus XP gain while I'm eating my next mine cache. By the way, use your mine caches liberally, Chad. Do not fear that you're gonna burn through your mine caches. Just use that shit. Okay? Just chuck it down. Munch those brains. How did you and your wife meet? We went to school together and never talked a single word with each other. And then after school, by proxy, over friends, just ended up in the same friend zone, kinda. And started dating at some point. This will get up anywhere. Yes, in the description of the YouTube video online. It's literally in the description of this YouTube video. Surprise. Hi, nice to meet you. Also, thank you for 600 viewers on the YouTube. It's actually pretty killer, I'm not gonna lie. And to many amazing viewers on Twitch as well. Howdy, everyone. Don't worry, Diablo is essentially what we're gonna be streaming all week long. I'm not planning to actually stream much else. It's like kind of full focus on Diablo here right now, as we really do want to get that level 100. I was actually expecting to hit level 100 today, but I think I'm slacking a bit because we are, oops, we're not really focusing on pushing the level right now. We're more We wanted to more like get the masterwork done and show that off to the community because it was kind of like cool
I need more time.
to show you guys how the whole system works. So that's shame on me. Also, whoever pulled her here is brilliant because she got like absolutely stuck. I'm still wondering though why that one hit me. So we gotta work on our life total, which is only 17k. It's kind of weak. Probably the fault that I don't have many maximum life rolls on things. But it would also help to just get the royal rubies. But I feel like we're not really getting much ruby dust and things like that, which has me a bit concerned. It's taking like such an extended amount of time to get like any good things going. Good. Exquisite blood even more. So more Lord Zero. Because you touch grass, anti 100. Nah, we'll probably reach it tomorrow. Like very relaxed, you know, without overdoing it. And then when I reach 100, we can do an updated build guide, which is also exactly what we want to do. Diablo, after a whole week after hitting, after hitting 100, we still have to kill tormented bosses. We still have to kill Uber Lilith. I mean, I could kill her right now. That's not the point. But we still have to do it, right? And I wanted to make a guide for people on Uber Lilith this season. Because what does Uber Lilith give us, Chan? What does Uber Lilith give this season? A resplendent spark. Yes. You kill that lady and you get 1 spark for an Uber unique. Oh, you finish the seasonal journey, 1 spark for an Uber unique. Oh, you actually kill your first tormented boss, 1 spark for an Uber unique. Oh, you do the Einwolf quest line, 1 spark for an Uber unique. Great, isn't it? Just getting resplendent sparks for free. What do you think about Blood Surge in Season 4? I think it's more endgame than early game because Blood Surge is later with 40,000 life, pretty insane. I'm currently already gathering gear for a Blood Surge build, okay? I am in the process of acquiring the gear needed for a Blood Surge build. I'm doing my best, and it's going to be fan-fucking-tastic. Because it will melt faces. But yeah, I think it's more an endgame build than a level build this time because you kind of want to have like all the cool maximum lives and then you're going to like Blood Surge everything into pieces. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Blood Surge is my favorite. I do like Blood Surge a lot as well. It just did not feel very fun in the pit because usually when you're playing the pit with Blood Surge, you're tanking over damage because you got to be so close to opponents that they hit you back, and then you don't have any kind of barrier going, then you're already not healthy, and then you don't have the fortify, and then you're not doing the damage, and then it's kind of like weird with the damage calculations and the amount of armor you're gonna have. Feels a bit stupid, right? So I don't think that Blood Surge actually got nerfed or any overpower really got nerfed because we're compensating with a lot of HP. Usually you're like at 25,000 HP with 25,000 fortify, which is 50,000. But right now we can have 40,000 HP with 40,000 fortify, which is 80,000. So if you now take 80,000 times your 2,000% overpower multiplier, or if you're taking 50,000 times your 2,000% overpower multiplier, what do you think is more? It's not a trick question. Kind of just like why they most likely nerfed overpower a bit due to what is now possible, and that's what I want to try out. So simple matter of fact, this is the reason why I'm gathering the gear. This is the reason why I'm looking at, do I have like cool max life stuff, so I can essentially make this build with the max life stuff, and then we could check out like if it really does do so much better or not. Butcher made you stop playing minions? I mean, the Butcher is bugged, or The Butcher is a bit stupid when it comes down to minions, right? He just walks through them and he destroys them with a shout. Like, no matter how healthy your minions are, no matter how much damage reduction your minions have, the Butcher just destroys them. And that's just stupid, because why does he just delete one game mechanic from the Necromancer like that? And he doesn't just, like, I don't know, destroy the barrier from the Sork or stop Sork from being able to teleport. No. But minions from the Necro? No, they're getting one hit. Because why not? Like, right? They like, that's exactly how it should be. And you're just like, okay, but what if not? What if that is actually not how it should be? Wild thought. What's the key to leveling very fast? To not sleep. No, just seriously, like, don't sleep. And like, have fun. But the main key is Helltide. Helltide, 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 Helltide. Helltide is right now where you level. Helltide is where you get most XP in, and Helltide is where like you get everything. I mean, again, I have spent all my time in Helltide right now. I have boss materials galore. I can summon like 20 Frigor and Gregoire, the Galvanic Saint. It is crazy good. How does this version of Necro stack up to the Golem normal Necro? I don't know what the Golem normal Necro is, Yoda. I mean, you're just saying words, but do they mean something? Like, what's a normal Necro, you know? Well, that's 3 ranks to corpse explosion, but the rest of the stats is shit. Why do you do this to me? Idiot annoying. That's Kura's Embrace. Oh, nice. That's the Blood Surge gloves. And I actually super high roll. Nice. It's kind of lucky. This is Pain Gorgers. We already have one of those. Armor. Boots. Boots. That was life boots. Critical strike and damage over time. Nothing special. Go to the pit, stop being a noob. Oh, we already have 30 levels of the pit done, so that was simple. Nothing special. I mean, before I do more of the pit, I would do more nightmare dungeons, because I don't have all my glyphs leveled up right now. Might not literally need the golem glyph fully leveled up, so my golem gets another 25% multiplier, right? But again, nightmare dungeons are super simple right now. This is a Shifter Ruins level 71, right? And Shifter Ruins is like, I mean, I'm 95. Obviously, I should do a 71. But I'm also not doing anything over 71 because it's not worth it. Why would you do a tier 100? Tier 100 is shit and has stupid like damage, and you can get one hit. Absolutely no reason to actually interact with that, because a tier 71 or a tier 80, you can just zoom through without giving a flying fart, right? It's kind of like, oh, Shifter Ruins, like just minions, and like they do damage to me, but I just zoom. I mean, I need to return bloodstones to pedestals. We're just zooming through everything. That's also why you don't do nightmare dungeons for leveling, because you don't really get XP in them, right? I mean, who's actually, like, you know, doing nightmare dungeons at this point for XP? When you swap from Bloodsurge leveling to pure minions, why would you ever swap? You can just go through with it. Technically, you don't have to swap away from that. You try to get me with your poison, but you won't. You're all dead. See, my golem just hit them once and everything died. Hee hee. If you do this in a tier 100 dungeon, you just die to some random shit. I mean, I could die here too to some random shit, but it's unlikelier. That's the one blood thingy. Oh, I saw a baleful fragment and some heals. Oh, look at that. I found the room really quick. Good. Is Ring of Mendeln good? I would play Ring of Mendeln in this build, but I would have to make a case study to see how much more damage it actually deals and if it does more damage. In order for Ring of Mendeln to work very good, though, you do need to tack in the direction of a lot of critical strike chance and damage. Because if you're not getting critical strike chance and damage, then Ring of Mendeln is not really doing much damage, and therefore, like, you really do need to full focus on that. Around level 70, Ori. Well, Book of Dead abilities, we currently have Skeletal Mages as Shadow bonus damage multiplier. The Reapers are doing cooldown reduction, and the Golem is the Iron Golem. So again, this was like a tier 71 dungeon, right? We're just zooming through. And now look at the XP this one provides. That is 466 Glyph XP. So my level 4 Glyph. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Almost all the way to 15, right? Ta-da! Beautiful, isn't it? And that's why I do tier 71 dungeons or anything around 71, 72, because you can do them so quick. Especially if you do this with a friend, it's just absolutely crazy. Like getting your glyphs to 15 or even to 21. I mean, I want to 15 every single glyph on this character. Getting your glyphs up there is nothing, right? It's gonna be so easy. I don't like the helmet though. My girl has. Not a fan. Also, Nightmare Dungeons are a lot better for leveling than Helltide and Tier 4. No, they're not. No, they're not. Helltide's a terrible... Nightmare Dungeons are terrible for leveling. I mean, we just said that. Sorry if you missed it, but... You don't Nightmare Dungeon for leveling. It's terrible. Helltide is a billion times better. A billion times. And more fun. But it's also a billion times better. Please do not fall for Nightmare Dungeon level trap. It's useless. I thought you would level in Nightmare Dungeons too. I was wrong. I only do Nightmare Dungeons for Glyph XP. This has nothing to do with leveling. This is literally me just getting the Glyph XP I need. And then never setting a foot into a Nightmare Dungeon again. You don't even do it for gear. Nightmare Dungeons are not being done for gear, not for Glyph XP, not for anything. They just exist at this point. Do 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 do. Doesn't the pit also give Glyph XP? Nope. It would be great if the Glyph gave, if the pit gave Glyph XP, but it doesn't. You know what? You almost had me there, boys. And that's why you all need to die. Golem, take their lives. Take their lives. Golem on command. And down. Why Blight over Prison with Blight via max roll? I don't know why you're asking me what max roll does. I don't have any guide on max roll. I'm not affiliated with max roll, so I don't know why there's anything on max roll or not on max roll, sir. You know, I make my own builds. Also, why no Prison? Why Prison? The question is not why no Prison. The question is why would you play Prison ever? Unless you want to artificially slow yourself down and make yourself weaker. Pit is done after 100. Yeah. I mean, you can start with the pit earlier, but the pit is not a good leveling experience, or it's not good for leveling. Leveling is again being done in Helltide mostly. Yeah, not sure. And that's 96. Dunzo. And let's see. Now that's another 395. 1, 2, 3. And next dungeon, I'm already 15 again. I think max roll uses the prison combined with the pest thingy. Yeah, but that's two aspects. I have the aspect of the void currently with the blight, and I essentially throw a blight and pull everything together. While blight has two lucky hit chance components, which is the lucky hit on hit, and the lucky hit over time, and it also does shadow damage on hit and over time, which makes blight just the better choice in every way, and it increases our damage 20% multiplicative. Again, it's just the better choice. All in all, good chat. That being said, let that nightmare dungeon here be our last one. I wish I could go on because we have hundreds of viewers, we have thousands of viewers. It's amazing, and I'm very glad and thankful for you all being here, but I'm tired. If you're now interested in this build, there is again 2 videos that explain these builds to you, okay? First and foremost, you can watch the live stream where we leveled it. So this is literally me leveling it and putting in the skill points. But at the second time, there's this video, the fast 1 to 100 Necro with the red guy above me. That is the Sever Summoner build. That Sever Summoner build then transitions into this Necromancer. That's actually not true. Not this one. This one. Wait, that's not true. Where's the Golem? Ah, that one. The Golem one. Oops. So you transition into the Golem one. So you go from the red guy to the purple guy. Okay? With the 6 billion. That's the 2 things that we have been doing. Now, if you still have more questions about Season 4, there's a whole video that explains my experience yesterday. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Follow here, lurk, chat, Amber Warlock. Thank you for the 29 months. Hope to see you all tomorrow again. I wish you a great good night because I'm tired, I am hungry, and I really want to go. So have a good one. Love y'all.